Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, chat? Oh my goodness. BCE, this girl knows it. BCE says it's not easy deciding which cringy sunglasses to wear on stream. I know. So many considerations. Let's see. What do we got here? Court should be starting up any minute now. Hold on. Is it day 7 today? It is day 7 today. Court's live. Cool. But like nothing's happening. I'm noticing I am very laggy, so that's fun. We may have to make an adjustment to fix that. That's okay. Okay. Getting our screen layout all set. How have you guys been? Do you guys get to sleep at all? Like, is that a thing that you guys get to do? I don't even know what that is anymore. It's gone. It was sacrificed on the altar of a trial. I got a new tie in the mail yesterday that I might put on in just a second. I don't know if it goes with this shirt though. It's just video lag. Let me, hold on. I'm going to reset OBS for just a second. And hope that cleans things up. Who knows? Hey, what's up, BCE? I called you a girl earlier. You might be one. I'm doing well. I'm doing good. I am making other things better for other people, but I'm also doing well personally. And thank you for the well wishes. I am tired though. I am tired and I'm not getting enough sleep, which is my fault mostly. Yeah, I agree. It's not really a shirt for a tie, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Maybe the video lag will stop. It is the tie. So it is the tie of Randy Shock It Rocket. Let's get this bad boy. Let's see. I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it's going to go with it. And I don't think it's going to, if it does work somehow, by some miracle, we're not going to, I think we'll have to take the jacket off. Definitely looks like he's part of the Medellin cartel today. Don't tell anyone, man. Don't blow my cover, bro. Oh, well, that's just awkward. It's already knotted. He's got, like, it was delivered pre-tied. I don't even know what that is. It feels like wearing someone else's underwear. I'm going to try it. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just a used tie. It's not actually pre-made. I don't how do you pre-make it? This tie is pre-made. That doesn't make any sense. You should pre-make some sense. Oh, the laziness is off the charts. I'm gonna wear it anyway. Let's see. Oh, that looks terrible. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna keep this on. We'll have to find the right shirt for it. Ah! Oh, I got my headphones in the tie. Dude, you're like those weird memories of the late 80s you have from before you were born. Yes. I'm the collective, aggregated hiccup of things almost remembered by an entire generation. Like, did that happen? Was that before Jinkos? I think it was. I think that was before Jinkos. Whoever pre-tied this tie did it wrong. You don't think it looks bad? I don't know what is happening with this stupid. We're going to undo this. Oh, they tied it the other. That's why. That is why. They tied it the other way. I put the short, the behind piece, the skinny piece on the left and the fat piece on the right. They did it the other way. Yeah, Miss Sparkle, I am not going to wear it ultimately. I just thought it'd be funny to put it on for a second. We'll wear it for a Lynette Preston or, a What the Hales. We'll wear it for a What the Hales show. But just for now, since it's here. It does not go with this shirt, I don't think. I like the tie in general. I just don't think it goes with the shirt pattern. I think I'm still getting the video lag. I might close all my windows and come back real quick. Those conflicting patterns are awkward. There we go. Lady Tammy, I know. I haven't opened the box yet. There we go. It's not the worst. It's not the worst with this shirt, but Peachy's advocating. She's out here fighting. She's like, you know this is fine. Hey Joe, yes, this is the Shock It Rockets tie. Was, now it's mine. Now the damage done will be just a little bit less malevolent. I'm going to take it off in a second. Oh my gosh. Falcon Hoof. It's a half Windsor, which I learned a long time ago and never learned any other tie knots because it was like, I got this one down. It was very fast, easy tie. Yeah. Yeah, the jacket's not sitting right. Everything's wrong today. I might keep it and do no jacket. Like, I don't need a jacket. I am inside. That's true, so it's not as cold in here as it could be. Here we go. Yeah, you know what? Santiago, if that is your real name. Oh. Bad clothes day. Goodness gracious. You know what? No, chat. I'm not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with this. I'll be right back. Y'all think this is a bad jacket combo, huh? I'll show you a bad jacket combo. Actually, I absolutely love this jacket. I just never have not too many occasions to wear it because I'm not doing the weather in 1973. Steel yourselves. There are dark things afoot. There we go. Now I'm a couch. Can't mess with me, but you can sit on me. Because there's something right about it. It defies everything. Oh, I'm so happy about this. Much easier for the fashion police to find me. They're like, no, I'm not me. I'm my uncle's. Hold on, whoever. Three different prints. Oh my God, that's perfect. Lady Tammy, guys, coming in clutch. Delivering the Shock It tie. But also, we'll have to figure this out. Also, a Paisley ascot.
President Ms. Richins is present as well. I have a couple of...
I don't know how to tie an ascot.
Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Carrington, my sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance
Thank you, Fletcher Boy,
coverage that are
kicking off the show.
lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to
Just
have a
stick with it for a
plan
bit.
for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Common sense. You're welcome.
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning
Keep
to do
modeling
was when
throughout
she
the
got
day.
into an
I
area
can do that.
that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say we object to 401, 403, 404B.
I was thinking of doing like
and just make the record right then, no speaking
themed
objection,
show.
and then you can just rule. And I've made
At
a
some
contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have? I feel like we veered into defendant preserving
Yeah, Lady
the record
Tammy, I
for
think-
appeal, and that's a
think
different.
it'll be
than
fun
my
me
question,
learning to
but
tie
we
and
can
ask that.
start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my whole
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And
Motion in
you won't know
limine.
that until you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a
She wrote a
contemporaneous instruction, though,
How to-
rather than do it
A
every
children's book on how to deal with the grief of
15,
losing a parent.
20 minutes.
For
I
her
thought it
kids,
might be
and
better
published
just
it.
to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions in limine hearing, that I think the 404B
I sell books
instruction
by
will
the
need
box.
to have some specificity.
They're all the same book, and you got to buy the
about
whole box.
qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
She's
I just
gonna
want to
talk
point out,
about
I have
taxes.
not
She's gonna
changed
talk
a
about
single
business.
setting.
She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about
Yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
that's
See what I can do.
exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve
Another blue day.
I just
Blue
don't know
again.
how you do it before we get to
Blue.
the topic. It's so
Like a
broad.
royal
I don't know how
sapphire
you'd
blue.
even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit
Black
down and
coat
try
over
to
the
work
top.
with the court and
Learn
the
how to
state
coordinate
and try to
coats
come
and
up with
shirts,
a
woman.
broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm
Yeah.
not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree
I'm
with
working
it,
on
but I
sparkles.
recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion in limine hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in. But I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
Okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
And I mean, I would say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just
No, you-
don't say
you
the
don't
same
have-
3 rules every
you don't
time
have to
unless
do
you
that.
mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this? The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time.
I like that attitude.
If we need to take a break and have
That's
a
their
more
choice.
fulsome conversation,
Let's
we can
roll
do
with
that.
it.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Tasia, please.
No, Bloodworth, I mean, he responded. He spoke. He just didn't, he's not opposed to the defense. Like he said, they may end up drawing more attention there than they want. I don't know what all of it meant, because I'm not quite sure exactly what they're objecting to. But there's either a set of testimony or admitted evidence that the lady shaped like a grape says was, how do we put this, was made irrelevant by, or like obviated effectively by its temporal distance from the other events. So there's stuff in there that she says is too far away as a matter of time for it to be relevant to the case itself. And she's going to, I guess, object to each thing individually is kind of how it came out. I don't know. I'm not sure. But the judge's like, well, I mean, you can address it as it goes or whatever. And then the state's attorney was like, Bloodsworth is like, well, you know, like she might Streisand affect this into the jury paying more attention to this than is due. Okay, let's do it.
Have a seat as you come in, please. Okay, have a seat.
Kouri's in a cardigan again. Convict her. Just convict her.
Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning,
Her nose
we'll begin
is
at
leaking
9:30.
like mine
On
used to.
Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for
No
tomorrow
trial
morning
Friday.
or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time.
Short
All
Sacks
right,
has
we
been
will
watching since
proceed
Depp v. Heard, and I
with
heart your
additional
vibe.
witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Blepper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
Chris Benoit says his
Ms.
trial is so
Carrington, if you step in
disappointing.
front of Brittany, we'll get you
Imagine
sworn in.
going only 1 for 4. The 3 kids were sleeping too. Yeah, she could have made them
Do you solemnly
virgin
swear the
Moscow
testimony you're
mules.
about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
The pains and penalties of perjury? I have a feeling her facial features are going to be exaggerated,
Good morning, Judge.
like a caricature. What's up, Geronimo?
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
Do all
What
of the
is
women
a forensic
in Utah
accountant?
have such broad chins?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps further than that. I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions
down,
and getting
Spartans.
to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
Why am I dressed like your
More
grandmother's
of a
couch?
narrative?
Yes.
No. Because I wanted to remind you of where
What,
you
ma'am,
lost
is
your
your
virginity to your
education
uncle.
and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this
Oh, wait,
for
Utah. Yeah, Utah.
38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
It's a small firm. You should work on that. Make it a big firm.
Do you teach or present
enjoy
as
those
it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. And I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination
winning.
and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's Business School.
You know what I look
Did you
forward
also
to
have a
every time?
Hand
the testimony
in
of
developing
accountants.
the curriculum for that course.
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had 2 hands.
2 hands.
That
Ma'am,
blemish
have
on
you
her forehead
testified
is very
as an expert
unfortunate.
before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
I would call her
Federal
blemish to the
cases?
stand.
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified
Just sing a beer.
on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants,
That's correct, yes.
and both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many. Many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the
Now
first time I
testify.
testified for real was probably in 1991 or 2, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any
These are the cuckold
restrictions
videos in the reflection of your
whatsoever
sunglasses?
on the scope
know, I
of
don't know
your
why you
forensic
sent me those.
examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Yes,
Any
Alan
restrictions
Campbell.
at all?
No.
These are still
Did
prosecution
the state
witnesses.
engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe 2 with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I
Hollowbong
didn't have
asked
a
if I will
role in
see
the
this trial
case.
through. I actually will.
I recall
Working
maybe
on it.
they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Don't sound
Yes.
so excited about it. They're long days, man.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
And believe it or not, though everybody says like,
Ma'am, what documents did you
trial
study
streams
to conduct your forensic
do not
analysis
perform.
related to this case?
generally speaking?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans.
You
on
guys
those
do, which is great.
properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had. The UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans. Bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the
Now I
home equity line of credit
Switch
account.
to punching myself in the testicles.
I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Mandy, you better make your trolling
Tons of
good
emails,
because you're
for
boring and I'm
many
going to stop
different
responding to you
purposes.
soon.
I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner
my loan
had
forever.
for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the Big Midway House.
I love this.
Okay. Did you
A
speak
few
with
days isn't
anybody?
impressive. He'll have
Did
some
you speak
emergency
with anyone
piano
as part
recital
of
or
your
other
analysis?
excuse to go
I
drinking.
did.
Huff
Who did you
whippets
speak
off
with,
camera.
or what types of people did you speak with?
I have 5
so
children.
I interviewed a number of
They have
people.
activities
Interviewed,
during the day when trials happen.
CPA who had done
I've said,
tax accounting.
why don't you
work
do
for the
trials more
Richins.
often? Because I'm
I
generally not
interviewed,
available.
The realtor.
So you move everything
Mike
around.
Melrose.
He's going to miss something.
I interviewed
Yes,
the
likely.
insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the Big Midway House, the current owners of the Midway House, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the Big Midway House. I
Did
feel
you-
like I'm missing somebody, but
Did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a moment?
It's always funny. People are like, he's gonna get busy. Oh, yeah, that's what makes it tough. That's why for the past, you know what? How many? This is the 9th year of streaming. Once November rolls around, 9th year that I've been doing this, I think. In all that time, that's why my show's at 11. I have children that I, attend to. So it, and if they have a piano recital or a drama thing during the school day or what, I'm going to go to that. Like, I've gone to that their entire lives. I go to all their stuff that I can. Why have kids if you're going to ignore them?
What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements because that tells a lot
Thank you, Aaron.
about a business or
Gifting
a
a
person.
sub? Welcome.
And helps me understand the landscape of things and helps
That's doing the
create a
thing.
narrative.
It's doing the
because
thing.
Those are the things where
See, we got the memory leak issue going.
it tells me the
It's going to do this
source
over and
of
over. I'm
funds.
going to, hold on. Guys, I'm going to be right back. Because this is going to do this over and over unless I fix it. So I'm going to have to just take a minute and get out of here and come back once I reset everything. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. I wish I could put something up on stream for you, but I can't. So I might be able to, hold on. Let me send, no, this doesn't matter. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a second. Okay, here we are. Sorry about that. I've got it roughly where we were, and we'll pick back up in just a second. Oh, get on the stage. All right, here we go.
Richins had the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins
How
and
many
Kouri
tabs
Richins
I have
shared,
open?
from which they paid their household
I mean,
expenses.
for the
Eric's
show,
business accounts,
I need like
Kouri Richins' business accounts,
about 7 or
her
8.
personal accounts, checking accounts.
There's a couple
at
more, but
American
nothing
First
crazy.
Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed.
Dear God,
Were
you
you
become
just
so
talking
pathetic.
documents?
I don't know. God seems fine to
Yeah,
me.
let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes.
It's a bit harsh.
I reviewed insurance
On the
policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement,
64 gig of RAM.
the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins.
Are we gonna do this today? Are we gonna do this the whole time? It's something in Chrome, and I can switch to Edge. It just doesn't look as clean, which is annoying. Oh my gosh. No, I'm actually going to be imminently upgrading my PC, or like replacing. It's been several years. Whoa! A whole bunch of shit just still booting up. Okay.
And his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed
And I think that'll fix things.
real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the big Midway house.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people. Interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the
I go back and
Richins.
forth on
I interviewed.
The problem is Chrome
the
works better with
realtor,
StreamYard.
Mike Momrose.
Except for this memory issue.
I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the.
Aaron gifting a membership. Yeah, it looks like we're going to use Edge at least for a while today. Which is fine. Hold on, I'm just loading it up. Of course.
Prior owner of the big Midway house,
Yeah.
the current owner.
So we'll, if the Edge browser wants to open today, that would be nice. I know Edge is Chrome. I got it. But trust me, because I've dealt with on several streams now, there is a memory leak issue with Chrome, and I don't know if it's YouTube or StreamYard or what. If you open the video in Edge, it will work. I don't know why. It just will. And yes, I understand they're the same, and that doesn't make any sense. But I'm not a Pajit who coded it, so I can't tell you why it is. I can just tell you that it is. And it could be something on my computer. Who knows? I don't have, I got a couple different issues happening. One, I don't have the time to like figure out, this isn't what I want. Like what could be causing this? My other option would be like to wipe everything and start over. Yeah, I get it. I don't really want to do that.
Did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union. It's for 27 accounts.
If I'm going to do that,
and those include
I'm due for a PC upgrade. I think
a
it's
family
been
account that
4 years now.
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses.
Oh, shit.
Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13.
There's a bunch. There's a bunch of stuff that needs to. Like I could.
Did you speak
go
with
through
anybody?
and spend a bunch of time.
Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
Updating various
Who did you
parts,
speak with, or what types of people
tweaking
did you
software,
speak with?
or
So I interviewed
start
a number
clean
of
with the thing
people.
that I already
Interviewed,
was planning on getting.
CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the big
Yeah,
Midway
we're going
house.
weird today.
I
Did
feel like
you-
I'm missing somebody, but
Did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a moment?
Okay. All right. I'm getting everything set back up. My throat is dry as hell today. Oh my gosh. I hate when it's just, Your Honor, can we approach? And then they go to sidebar. And there's no indication of what they're doing. And whether I should, like, I don't even know if I should be mad that I can't hear them. Of course, we may find out now.
What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements.
There's probably
because
here's my plan.
That
This is the
tells
road I
a
wanna go
lot
down. Is
about
that okay,
a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things, and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used, and you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then. I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account, and then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical, and it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through
Catch you
how
later,
you
Aaron.
apply
How-
your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for Kouri Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' account.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please?
Keanu Thompson. We'll get to the super chats and stuff in a minute. We've got gifted memberships.
Can you
Aaron
see
gifted
4-4? I'm
2.
sorry, I'm locked out here.
Amy gifted
Yes, I
1.
can.
Thank you guys so much.
It requires a password, Your Honor.
Aaron says, "You're good, Nick. The real ones adore you." Appreciate the gifted subs and the well wishes.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that Kouri Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah, and this was returned
Whoops.
in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
No objection.
States 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please?
There you go.
Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is Kouri Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott.
Is his voice dry too? I need someone to help me lubricate my throat.
What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, Kouri Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
Yes, it's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and Kouri Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very
So when is a very distinctive phase?
exhaustive pace. And then,
All
Let
of
me
her
stop you
features
there.
are
We'll unpack this
exaggerated.
bit by bit.
okay.
They all look like a little too
Scott,
big.
can I get 5-106 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct. So
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
that's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, it's a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column,
Welcome back, Sparkles.
that represents
I think I got
the
everything.
amount.
back
I
open.
just added up
Back open on
the
my end,
transactions, the
which is
value of
nice.
each transaction in each of those months. So in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So $91,000 in each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000?
That's what that says,
And
yes.
that cost $2,000 in fees.
Yes.
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
She's not trying to bring
What
in
did she
financial
use the money
crimes.
for?
There are financial crimes already.
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab
crimes
vendors, like
also go to
contractors
motive.
and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get
Catch you later, Jocelyn Swear Engine.
5-109 Delta, please?
Come back anytime.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material
Are you mad
did
you
you
weren't
use
on the
to prepare
list?
it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the Kouri Richins Realty account
You
6577.
already see your response.
Um,
No.
And
That's weird. You're
the
just a
personal account
weirdo.
5244 in some instances.
Everybody knows. Nobody
And
gives a
then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
No objection.
5-109D is admitted.
Okay, can we go in, Scott, please? Zoom on
fucking
that,
dare you,
that kind of
Sparkles.
left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs.
Thank you,
And
Peachy.
so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts, and they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
So does
Complete
this show
accident,
that
Roz.
Kouri Richins wrote
I just put on the
approximately
shock at time.
$60,000 in checks
And I was
to
like, I'm going to
herself
put on this couch.
beginning in
upholstery.
August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of either that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So
No,
taking the
Booze can
December
talk a big
23rd,
game.
2021
There's no
line
top in here.
as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account
God, I wish I could buy
at a
him
time
this
she only,
jacket in a
at a time that she
78.
was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks. The one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. Then there
This
was
is
another
all-
$10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
All this financial crime was actually just her original plan to
Thanks,
kill him,
Scott.
which was to get a bunch of shit wrong with the accounts and then ask him for help. Not ask him to fix her accounting issue, to ask him to sit there and
One moment,
help
please.
her. And then he would have just killed himself and she would have been scot-free. But she got impatient. Got to play the long game.
Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo?
Who are you talking about, Spartans?
Foxtrot?
Kouri? I don't know if she is. I think Nestor
Golf.
might be grabbing Corey's clothes. But have you noticed that
Hotel?
every single woman in the state of Utah
Ma'am,
has an
do you-
ill-fitting blazer?
Recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves exhibits 529D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 529D to publish? Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
Yeah.
This is a bank account
I know.
statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to, or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
I'm going to need you to stand up, ma'am, and sing some karaoke right now. I hope you know Creedence, because that's what you're singing. Creedence
You
Clearwater
promise to stay
Revival.
tethered to
Let's go,
the
let's go, let's go. I want to
Podium,
know.
turn your lav off. This will work.
I just turned it off, Your
There
Honor.
you go. Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through
This jacket,
how
actually,
you
I need to get it
analyze
tailored
this
in
bank
just a little bit.
statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
No. No.
Alexis and I don't really.
I'm not going to do it.
Please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. Scott, would you please, let's start with the header.
Okay. This sounds great.
I don't know. Okay.
Promising
so
start.
This is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Okay. This is the header. So this will show
No, Derek, actually, I would recommend
the owner of the account. This is Kouri
American
Richins
Motor
Realty
Company's
LLC.
Gremlin.
This is that P.O. Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative $1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so
Give the membership from
what happens
JoJo.
here
Thank
is
you.
we have the
So much.
post,
Very much
the posted
appreciated.
date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see
Scott's
in
their
the
AV
body
guy,
here under
AV
the
assistant.
description. Some of them are very descriptive, and you can tell who the payee is. That's the
Get it,
entity
Nuclear
who
Acorn.
receives the money
luck.
on this transaction.
Bonjour.
Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, These automatic withdrawals, Chemical Bank is the payment on the HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then, Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop. A little bit up, please. Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these four names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are four payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so,
Sure. Are you also, well, scroll down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
so I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account, and then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up, and then there's those daily payments that she has to pay, and then she gets another bump of $18,900, and then down here at the bottom you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account, and so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please?
Say hello to DC. It
Does
was her
that
husband,
trend
not her
of
boyfriend. Oh, wait. You mean the
Automatic
boyfriend?
withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes,
the
it did.
infidelity.
You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, Fund Fi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So
I don't want to put
she's
a
got
pin
all
in
these
all this
others
stuff.
that are
Like,
daily payments.
Can you just explain it?
Fund Fi and
without
Greengrass
pins?
Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans. And so she's obligated herself on these, the consistent for of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the Fund Fi for $3,100 and the Green Grass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that these were, the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye.
Man.
That something
Brutal.
obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses,
Don't
for
worry, I'm
debt
gonna change
payments,
later.
couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please? Here she has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th.
She has a new deposit from
for
her little
$31,680.
holy feeling boyfriend
And then she
too. I
used
bet.
that money, as you can see. You just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. She pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties.
I know it's a joke.
But then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here.
Yeah, I know that. I said the tie was bad.
On October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment.
So, Peachy, to answer your question,
so there's QFS
it's
Capital.
called financial crime
This
fraud.
lender
That's
gives
how she's
her
getting
the
approved
income in
for
stages.
more loans. She's
And then you see down,
doing
Scott, can you
something
highlight October
to
27th,
obscure
where
or
QFS
lie
Capital, down,
her
that
credit
one, please.
situation to the lenders.
The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the
financial
very
crimes
bottom
that
line of this screen.
She has a separate case with
On October
only
28th,
financial crimes. Pretty
you can
much.
see another payment right there.
She does have
for
some financial
QFS
crimes
Capital of
related directly
$1,689.75.
to the murder.
And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand
No, Ms. Spargo, this is a tie that was
where
mailed
this
to
money's
me.
coming from,
It's
who these
belonged to
lenders
Randy
are,
Shockett
where the money's
from the
going
Lynette
to,
Preston
and
case.
what's the end
It's
game.
It's a piece of lore.
Let me I'll take
He wore this tie while deposing Lynette Preston. We went through the deposition a couple weeks back, and she's an insane person. He was wearing the tie. I saw it on the Zoom thing. I said, "Man, I
Okay, ma'am,
wish I
that
had.
was the
I want
October
to get that tie
statement,
from
correct?
him." And so then he
Excuse me, yes.
auctioned it off.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, in the fundamental
rabbits.
nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
I think so. Sleeping psycho.
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Oh, thanks,
Does she
Peachy.
deplete, whenever she receives funds into the account, does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
That's not
Yes.
a leading question. Because the
So
answer
you
could
just
just be
said
no.
that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to
I
next
didn't think I
analyze her
was
debt.
planned.
Is
I
that
was just
right?
like,
That's
oh,
right.
it's sitting
Let's
down on my
turn to that,
desk.
please.
I should say thank you to Lady Tammy for sending it. I'll just put it on. real
Scott,
quick.
can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please.
Cat Slave. She tried explaining her philosophy
Yeah,
to me in
5-113.
style, but hard to understand.
Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
Oosh, all
No
I heard was
objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that
How
same
many
time
pink suits
period
did the
as
defense
before,
broads own?
starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on
okay. So there we go. That's going well. I don't even know what that is. Let me see. That was wild.
Were you able to
Hold on, let me
trace
see how
the
far-
HELOC draws to see where the money went?
yes,
What did you
4
determine?
15 minutes. Hold on.
they were by and large for
Oh, this is the court. This is the court audio. Hold on.
is
There we
the
go.
total debt owed, and this
They
is
just had
for,
an issue
again,
going on.
all the real estate,
Under
all the
review.
lines of credit, credit cards,
Becoming a
and
YouTube member,
the
welcome.
payday loans.
You are very welcome here. And you're safe.
Does this exhibit show
There's plenty
that
of people in the
between
chat. They'll cuddle you.
January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it, August and February.
Oh, you know
That's
Chandler
correct.
could keep
And
it under budget.
That whole time, the amount
Didn't waste money
she
on
was
food?
paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021.
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please?
Yeah, allegedly, we'll probably find out she was $4.5 million. That's what they were saying. $4.5 million in debt.
And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, the credit cards, payday loans. So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt,
That's right.
which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. And for most of her real estate loans,
I think it's pink.
were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like
pretty
a 6
vibrant
month.
pink.
She'd borrow here, and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments, and so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott,
Patriot
can we
Party?
split
Can't
that
have
with
it.
page 4, please?
I want to gift
Is
this
this again
jacket to
then
Will Heron.
the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
Yeah,
That's
like
right. So the same concept, just without the
High
loans
school
on the real
football
estate.
newscaster should be wearing this.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Didn't
Yes,
flatline
it
as hard
pretty
as
much
Eric
does, yeah.
did it.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones. And so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott.
We get to the super chats and super tips in a minute. They're very
Does
much
understanding
appreciated.
Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for
I don't know net
a
flooding.
borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I
It
get
did.
6-1,
That
please?
doesn't make any sense. Is the home involved, the one that they lived in? It did. Huh?
Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
Not all of them, Mephisto,
State 6-1 is admitted.
but it's very common.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half.
Yeah, Dana loves
Ma'am,
Zumba.
what information does this
Either
provide?
that or the ones who own slaves still.
So the warranty deed is the transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson
Can't say
previously owned the
my
property,
feelings.
and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the, part of the legal description. And then finally, there is the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Scott really, really pulling his weight today.
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
Okay. Perfect. This gives us an opportunity to grab a couple of these guys. Kind of Shady, 6 months of membership, says proud to show you my 6-month member. Love you in chat. Love you back. Kind of Shady, thanks for being here and sharing your generous member with the chat. Not Cupcake says for the new PC fund, and will you cover Keanu's failure of a stand-up set in front of a sellout crowd last Friday night? Maybe, sure. Maybe on a member show or something. Kind of thinking of like a gag to do during, I don't know if probably when a trial is not happening, but I have daytime time to pop on to open up a stream and have it where every 30 minutes we'll pick a different trial that's playing and just pop in out of nowhere if we're not covering a specific trial and see how it's going and have different gamified ways to engage that. Who knows? What is this? What is this? Look at that focus. Only a true law pope can stare into the souls of the unworthy. Thank you. That's true. It has taken much work.
For a new computer, we need to get this shite fixed before an interesting trial starts.
Damn. Perfect time. That's why I'm a
The witness
professional.
concede 5-4.
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
She's a lot of voice.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep.
The list of
Ma'am, what is this?
people who fill them is kind of
This
interesting.
is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
I don't
And
identify
what
as
does
a
it
borrower, so I don't
identify
have to pay
as
back.
the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
I forgot we could just not identify as a borrower. I identify as a
Scott,
bank
if you can
agent.
scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, it may be the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please?
Does it sound like everybody in the courtroom is
Ma'am, who
sick?
does this show signed as the
Like they were all
borrower?
just licking each other's cereal bowls?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
So she forged power
And she
of
signed
attorneys.
as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89. Delta? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor,
TCF
the
Bank. I haven't
state
seen any
moves to
black
admit
people in this.
5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month, and the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So, for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed?
That's right. And so I've got like on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative 250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
Ever Eden says, why so haggard? Who?
What did you determine
Me?
was the balance
Lots of
on the
reasons.
HELOC at the time of Eric Richins'
But if it's
death?
someone else, I could tell you.
At the
maybe.
time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw.
I thought
So,
ladies were supposed to, they need the members more.
What did your
you're right in line
analysis
with
show
everything.
regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a
Yeah.
$50,000 payment
Courtney,
made in October
this outfit is
2020.
like
And so
three-way
that's why
competition.
the balance is different there. And
balance
then,
is struck,
by the
but nobody's happy.
June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one
What's it up for?
$50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from the K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC?
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every
No,
transaction available. I
Derek
couldn't see
Boodle,
any.
she did lie to get it. She forged a power of attorney that her husband didn't.
Thank you,
Authorized.
Scott. Can I get 5-6,
Got a
please?
loan without him knowing, made the payments back on the loan and stuff without him knowing about it. It was all done behind his back.
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir. And there you go, Mr. Bloodworth.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Scott, can you try? Can you do anything? No, it's okay, Derek. It's not your mistake. This should be more prominent and obvious.
Would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Hey, can you stop there for just a minute?
Thanks. 99% God.
One more page. Okay. I now understand.
There are ways, Pam.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check.
The last Straighter? Fuck is the last
Ma'am, who's the
Straighter?
check made out to?
You mean last Starfighter?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
Can you lay a little foundation?
Yes, Summer Breeze.
Miss Carrington, who
Makes
was
me feel
who was
fine.
the
I do look at Rumble Chat.
who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
I love that movie.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you.
To fentanyl?
Scott, can I get 5-7?
Did it got a fentanyl?
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
Would you folks approach? No. Cat Slave 56 says, here's $2. Go back to Goodwill and pay them to take that jacket back. They'll just do it for free. I don't even have to pay them. Is this going to be another day of mass confusion through testimony? Yes. Oh, gosh, there's this weird looking sister. Every time I see her, I get creeped out. She's like, Eric's coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back. I can't wait till Eric comes back. He's going to come back. He can't be gone. He's going to come back. We have Burberry at home. This lady is, that's what it is. She's one of those people where you're across a football field from her. You're like, oh, hey. And then you start walking, you get to like the 70 or the be the 30-yard line. You're like, and she's getting to the 30-yard line. You're like, and then you each get to the 40s or whatever. And you're like, what's going on over there? That's not the same person. And then when you get to the 50s to meet up, you just keep walking. You're like, I was looking at someone behind you. Thank you. Thank you, Darkness Light.
Forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, did you move to admit 5-7?
I did not. I do so now.
Okay. Any additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
Not other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
By the way, you'll
Okay.
find that very frequently in court.
5-7
Someone makes like
is
a
admitted. There you go.
little procedural faux pas.
Ms.
Most of the
Carrington,
time,
what are we
let them
looking at?
rectify it.
This is the
Don't
bank
form
account
them.
statement from America First Credit Union
don't-
for Kouri
it's not about
Richins.
winning by
This is that personal
obscuring
checking account
facts
5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that 60,000 draw that we
I
just
didn't
looked
say
at
much about
into this
these kind of
account?
women.
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second. If you can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Yeah,
Where
I
did
saw
the
it good
funds
from
go?
far from good.
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. That was really nice of you. Gosh, that guy is always there. He's just coming through every day. Thanks, Scott. Scott's always there. You get away from him. Trying to go to the bathroom.
Scott, can I get 6-23D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for Kouri Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
In case anyone was following it, there was that trial that was going on with the parent of the mass shooter, and the parent of the mass shooter has been found guilty on
just the one
all
paying,
counts,
It is.
including
Okay.
second-degree murder.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called the purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the
I'll have to look into
properties
it.
in these years by Kouri Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
Georgia. It's in the state of
What
Georgia.
trend information, if any, does this
Thank you, Spirit
depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, And it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging.
I usually
and
do.
Managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year,
I don't think
that
so,
presents a
Lachowski.
challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loans. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses were.
We'll get there in a minute. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll get there.
I just
We'll get there.
I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen, 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got it planned out right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bloodworth.
Okay. Do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those
Yeah.
property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So it's called, I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I mean,
Slow down.
I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the
Scott's the guy
closing
with the,
costs. And so the
old-timey
equity
boxer
in the property
mustache.
at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the
He
sales
handles
section?
the
That's
state's
so when she
audio-video
sold it,
stuff.
what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom, rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yep.
You can, but I will hate you in every second that we waste with your sidebars is 1 second that we're not dealing with more important matters. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey, I can just Oh, if anyone's wondering, Scott's this guy over here. Whoops. This guy on the left. That's Scott that they keep referring to. This trial needs Borowski.
Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use
Bunch of stimulants,
expense reporting
probably.
to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that K. Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked
Meph,
at
she
the
is on
notations.
trial for
Sometimes
some
the
of the financial
transactions
crimes.
had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and
Yeah,
then
let me
I
get
just,
the
it's a
charging
sorting
document.
exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him
What?
finish the question, then
Yeah.
I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it
Yeah.
underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, there in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that 400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart,
That's right.
but you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees, so yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100, let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay,
So
Okay,
she
so she's
purchased
charged with-
that house for $215,000, is that right?
That's
Aggravated murder, attempted aggravated
And she
murder,
borrowed 221
2 counts of insurance
initially
fraud.
on it.
yes.
and 1 count of
She has
forgery.
7,000 in closing costs.
Yes,
That's
So
in this.
does that
this
first total negative $13,800
The forgery
show
was for
that
the home
minute
equity.
she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
that's right.
And is that why it is color-coded red on your chart?
Yes,
Okay, and then she rehabbed it,
that's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes,
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs,
Is
perhaps
Kouri
not on
hot
this
or not?
project.
I can't decide. She can look
And at
pretty.
the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statement?
How do you know it hit her bank account? It did.
Now,
Oh, wow.
we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your...
Gray.
So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more
That's
example,
good.
please, okay?
Good job,
Scott, can I
Kouri.
get the Mill Creek example?
How'd she do in the next
Okay.
project?
To make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that
She's
she
not
purchased the
attractive
Mill
with
Creek
that
house for
pimple standing up and
$650,000?
having a
Yes.
revolution
And that she
against
borrowed
her right on her forehead.
three
there today.
times right away, $721,115 and 41.
Yeah, so she bought this in March. So the borrowed funds of 721 is what she borrowed out of the gate. And then the 115 came a few months later.
Okay, and how about the 41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes.
She sold it for $115,000, or sorry, $1,115,000.
That's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to
I
repay
don't
what
talk
she
about
bought
skin
on
lotions.
it, and she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan, and you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So, and I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is the interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
And why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason, and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was. She had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So,
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
I'm not aware of him using skin lotion. I'm aware of him using aspirin.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
$188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more.
There
Yeah.
could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
This was a big project, and yes.
So at the end of the day, 32
I feel like
minus the
forensic
188
accounting isn't a
left her
hard job.
losing
like it's a boring
$155,000
job.
on this project,
At least that. Yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang and go
Let's
to the
back out of the
far right
hole.
column.
We don't want any unwanted pregnancies now that Planned Parenthood's gone.
Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Am I using the Edge browser?
Then we go down to that
Yeah, I'm having
negative
issues with Chrome lately.
469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost $469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also, there's no net loss that I've included in this number
Kinda
for
like
the
that.
properties that were lost in foreclosure
Okay.
because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold,
Blue and
forgetting
yellow,
about
man. That's
properties
a
that were
great
foreclosed,
color combo.
she lost over $900,000.
I would have never
That's
expected
correct.
that.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column? Okay. I just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back and address the Barney house.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break. Please rise for the jury.
Should put up a thing where like every X amount of dollars, I'm gonna do a wardrobe change midstream. Or bring the camera with me. You're right. They are complimentary primary
Take
colors.
a walk, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anyone during the break. 20 of 11, is that agreeable, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor? Okay, we'll be in recess until 10:40. Thank you.
Doing this with the headphones on is annoying. I don't think a yellow leather tie can be ambiguously gay. I think it's just notoriously gay. Damn it. Oh no, I screwed that up. Yellow's across from purple, but it's a tick off from blue. Purple's a fake color. Our eyes don't know what to do with it because blue and red can't actually, like, they don't transition into that color. It's not real because they're on opposite ends of the visible light spectrum. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. This is awful. My whole day is ruined. That's not true. That's not true at all. Sloth, as you got to go? Once I get this tie tied, then once I get that done, then I'll fast forward the court. Yeah, the squeaking is pretty funny. Call Lady Raggeds and let her do it. She can't tie a tie. She's awful. You need a mirror to do it? I am looking at the screen. So I kind of have a mirror. I think I left this a little... I left it a little long, but you guys can't tell, so it doesn't matter. Half Windsor, so sad. Exactly. Not even a good one. The leather gives it a weird grippiness. Ugh. I have one tie that I'm saving. I don't know when to wear it. It's like a U.S. Navy man's tie from when we took over Japan back in World War II. It's got like a naked Asian lady on it. I got it at an antique store. Guy's like, hey, you look like you like naked stuff. I do. I like nudity. It's cool. He's like, look at this tie. Wow. So I bought it. Okay. We'll stick with this for a little bit. You guys are the mirror? God, it's like a cursed mirror in a Disney movie. It's so mean. There we go. I can probably put the jacket back on. Let's catch this cord up. We don't want these people to have enough time to pee. Why would you do that? I just need to click somewhere neutrally in the... Okay, let's just do this. How long of a break are they on?
Among other things, went into foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Hold on. There we go.
00139. Forgive me, Ms. Nestor, the Barney house, among other things, went into foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a loan
You guys really need a...
from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was represented.
Trials I'm
Is
going to
that
address in a
one?
minute.
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a
I only go
purchase.
antiquing for a
The
couple
friend
things.
could not qualify for a loan, so they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with a insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been
See how this
misled.
goes with the jacket now.
That's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was,
When I wear a tie
I
with
don't even think they're
microbeads on
saying there was fraud, but whether there was
probably not,
dishonesty
because
or any of that, then I want to have
can
a
get-
404B
you can have
analysis. So I
issues
guess
with
I'm just
YouTube with that.
alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues
Limine,
the court said
not
you probably
lemonade.
have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right.
Well,
So I
already
guess-
ruled on this.
I'm just, as an abundance of caution, before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did she make a profit or loss on the property.
PG
That
doesn't like
is
it.
irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell
I
me
don't
where
think
the
the
state's
jacket
headed
goes
with
to the
respect to
top.
the Barney property.
I was just giving it a shot.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was Fund 5 payday lender.
Gosh, so angry at the jacket.
Put
What did
differently,
it do to you?
to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Hard
Okay.
money.
And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure.
I
We may
agree,
get
PG.
there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you tend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's too
In
bold of a yellow for the jacket, honestly.
So initially, the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In
I'm
getting
gonna shed it.
financing on the Barney property in
Take the jacket off. Calm
June of
down.
2021,
I'll get there. I just like to take things slow.
Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender, purportedly from AFCU, showing a certain balance. Her
Not
bank
cheap whiskey,
statement
it's
from
gin.
AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be an exercise in admitting those three bank statements and moving on.
The other time,
I think that is
swap
consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, well, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance
Guys
and her
have been
credit
feeling
score.
swole lately. Have an
Kouri
implied
Richins'
bench
response
of
is relevant
71 pounds.
because she had a very different response.
Never
to a
actually put up
different
those kind of numbers.
Lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here.
This
but
judge just wants to have a
something
conversation
to
with
the effect
everybody.
of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read
Yeah.
that very first part where you said,
The next time I get to the
you're about to
BDSM
hear-
store, I got a
what
couple
was
other
that?
leather ties to
Evidence
buy.
that defendant's representations to lenders
couple
were
other
not
colors.
accurate before the acts charged in this case.
okay, it's not just lenders, though. It's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I don't know that
tenant.
we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So
I can add that to the list. That's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that
Oh,
the
she's
back
got
and
the
forth
Huffy
between.
move.
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
isn't an email to her,
Okay.
to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her.
Lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I am so a visual person. May I just look at it? What you have in your hand?
Is CR 411. It is the
I
standard
would put you as more of a
multi-second
No,
taste.
just the very first part. The part that you wrote.
representation.
It's doing that weird thing again. Last time that was on the court, though. This is the audio. It's like, this is an actual court issue.
Between the lender sanctions, they
They're having upload issues.
relative
I'm guessing.
because they show an evolution between Kouri Richins and the lender of essentially the lender saying, I need to see this, Kouri Richins provides this number.
cold.
And
That's
then
cold.
when that doesn't get the job done, lender comes back and
Rude.
says, I need to see a bank statement showing this, and then Ms. Richins comes back with a bank statement showing this. So there is a relevance to the iteration that is beyond a cumulative effect.
And remind me the month and year that this is all occurring.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction,
Yeah,
but
Treasure
I
Island,
just want to make sure the record
mentioned
is
that
very,
earlier.
very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that
I don't
to
like the black
inject
jacket over it.
wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with the respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts, is significantly
Meth, all I can
prejudicial.
say is you can tell her neck is
significant
not
attack on her
Jewish.
character, offered to show action in
If you
conformity.
know, you know.
It is irrelevant. It is 404B, and just to make sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B, as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay. As discussed on the record in multiple days of motion and limine hearing, and in 2 written rulings by the court, both
I bet every time she goes to
on,
the bathroom, she has to
defendants' motions in limine,
pull that skinny sheet
and
down.
the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendant's 404B objection to the admissibility and defendant's objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form
Reaffirmed
of a
his-
404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready
So
for the
defense is getting hollowed out on objections today. You know, Treasure Island, she is wearing blue every day since that first critique. Since I really laid into her. And that's funny, but also it's right. It's a good color on her. I don't know that it's prejudicial. I mean, anything tending to show guilt is prejudicial, but it has a probative value that outweighs it. But it's prejudicial because it's good evidence of her financial crimes. Thank you, criminally confident. Or Lacey, I guess.
You're not waiting on me, right? Okay.
Ever eaten author. How are you awake?
Please have a seat.
Not
as you
well.
come in. Thank you.
I'm really tired, actually. Yeah,
Please have a
Lacey.
seat.
Are you horny today? God. That just seems a little hostile.
Ladies and gentlemen
I
of the
like it.
jury, in additional instruction, please listen carefully. You are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to lenders and other individuals and entities were not accurate during the time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts.
Those
at some
convictions
other
could
time.
be accidentally
Mr. Bloodworth,
introduced and
please proceed.
prejudice the case. This is the one that's
Thank you, Your Honor.
they should do first. They
Ma'am, when we
usually
left off, we had highlighted the column
they usually do them first because
labeled 299
they want to nail the murder
slash
charges before
Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
accidental prejudicial issues come up.
What does 299 slash Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation.
Good morning,
of that
Melody.
House.
Nice to see you.
And did you analyze
Not even close.
that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They
bridge of
are a
iron.
hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than conventional loans, like from a bank or a credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something, and the terms are defined at a certain interest rate, and then upon default, it's an exponential growth. You know, the default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often
Court's
will
on dial-up
double
today.
or other terms. Yeah,
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
they do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes,
Did you review the materials in Iron Bridge's loan file? Scott, can I get 5-57, please?
Come on, Scott. Scott's over there like soaking up all the internet.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
The video's frozen up.
What
I
is
can't. That's
This
just how it is.
is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty. The account 6577, May of 2021, and this was directly from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-7.
Previous objections, Your Honor.
5-57 is admitted.
Scott, if you could kind of
Is that what a giraffe penis looks like? Giraffe
Yep.
penises are like a maroon and.
Ms. Carrington, what
Fuchsia.
information does this provide?
So, as I said,
Not
there's
yellow.
the header, Kouri Richins Realty LLC. The account number is 6577, and the statement of May 2021. And then,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
I think the witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now. Sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement.
Wait,
for
America
Kouri
First
Richins
has a credit
Realty
union?
From America First for the account number
Every time you want to withdraw,
6577 for
you have to
May
say,
of
"Crash
2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, if you can zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that P.O. Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stone Masonry, which is Eric Richins' account company, and this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
The state moves to admit that it's a bitch.
5-32B is admitted.
Death to governments!
And what, ma'am, does this present?
I'm not a citizen. I'm a person traveling
So
over the
in the
land.
header, we can see the company is C&E Stone Masonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those 3 accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that The statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of K. Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stonemasonry.
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-6, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I
Better
do.
recognize.
What is it?
It's an email string between
email
Ironbridge
string?
and Kouri Richins.
Do you mean
And
like a
this was
thread? String's the
from
right word? That seems
Ironbridge in
wrong.
response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's see. Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Kouri's? But Mike, I'm sorry, let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Kouri's statement?
Do we need
Your
the
Honor,
top half?
email course bottom up.
Right.
The
Clearly, judge is an ass man.
The state needs to omit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins', the effect here being
Okay.
Ms. Richins'. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they not consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain instruction to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see an email string. Ms. Richins' portion of the email string you may consider for any purpose to whatever extent you the other portions
You're not supposed to know, Treasure Island.
you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Publish 2-6.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Brittany, in case I didn't say it, 2-6 is admitted.
She'll die of blood loss if
Scott,
she
if you
pops that
could
thing.
scroll down to
It's
the
huge.
bottom and enlarge that, please.
Olympus Mons up there.
Yes.
There's a specific shirt I'm looking for. Not that. Ew. All the guys modeling these shirts are exceedingly gay, and that's coming from me. Oh my God, stop. Ew.
And then, Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
Nothing.
Thank
It's
you,
not
Scott.
mesh. You're right. I have plenty of those. Mesh shirts actually trap a shitload of heat next to your body. They're kind of uncomfortable.
Ms. Carrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card
Oh,
delinquencies
J-Lou,
were
I-
paid off
I plan on
in
it
July
already.
of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
No.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Ironbridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
We hear well. You don't need the transcripts. They released deposition
Scott,
videos.
right, if you can
yesterday
zoom
at the
in, please,
Clintons.
on that top portion. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
What, if any, information?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from Ironbridge. This is then the secured promissory note between Kouri Richins Realty and Ironbridge, and the loan amount, where it says principal amount, is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the 6-month term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
Okay. But then everything was due
How'd you get that
on
wrong?
January the 8th, 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Yeah, Ms. Jessica, it's like, as a loan officer,
Thank
you're
you,
up there
Scott. Did Kouri
trying to get
Richins
underwriting to actually
endeavor
like
to
approve
refinance?
Yes,
loan
she
for a
did.
family who needs it.
And did she use
And they won't do
Excel
it, and then you
Financial
see 'em do this
Services
shit, and you're like,
to
"Are you
try to
serious?"
refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David E. Gay, in response to
David
a prosecution
E.
subpoena.
He's only gay online.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up?
Go forward.
Real quick, Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real
Okay.
quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott.
I suppose I
Ma'am,
should
do you
tweet this out. I
recognize
don't
this?
think
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Reverend John, Eric milking her accounts.
State moves to
committing
admit
self-deletion?
5-35A.
Could be.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Their objections. They used objection. It was not effective.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
It's enlarged.
Oh. Doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Richins' account using that P.O. Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021, and the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First credit union account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 532A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stonemasonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
FFS cast. Kouri's a realtor, sort
Thank
of,
you, Scott.
who flipped houses.
Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for a minute?
Do I have a soundboard? I mean, it's built into the Rodecaster, and I have a Steam Deck or Stream Deck too, but I don't mess with them. Yeah, you have to preserve, you have to keep objecting. Who was that? Kay Starler. Do they have to keep objecting for the purpose of appealing later? Yes, you need to preserve your objections. You shouldn't. They've already objected. He's already technically ruled on this. They shouldn't have to. But every time you think that you have preserved the record and you're like, oh, no, it's fine, I'll let this one go, you have an opportunity to object and you don't, is a possibility that you end up waiving that objection and losing the right to deal with it on appeal. I am not shopping on eGay. No, the company I buy a bunch of shirts from, they're like between last year's line and this year's line, and they just don't really have anything. They don't have anything in my size at all.
Moving to admit 2-7.
Yes, Your Honor.
States 2-7 is admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry again. Was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of... Thank you. Ms. Carrington, did you analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine if she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So
Pull
I
it
don't-
up and enlarge it.
I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the
Cassie,
neighborhood of
they
$2,000
always
or
leave
$2,500. They're
looking a
not
little more put
consistent.
together.
Okay.
It's true.
And is it, call it 1,500 to 2,500 weekly, bi-weekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and
No, they don't make this shirt for men.
nothing that would rise to the level of paying. I don't think paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5?
Same objections.
As admitted?
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to
That
make
page
sure that...
sucks.
Scott, can you scroll down 1 page? 2 pages? 3 pages?
Just scroll all the way down, Scott.
4
Just-
pages?
Just go all the way down.
Your Honor, stop there. Article
Knit me a necktie.
4 is...
You know, in some contexts, that would sound like a threat. I'm going to knit you a necktie, motherfucker.
That's the relevancy.
Okay. I may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
Glad they have an abundance of caution. Like, what if they were running short? Oh my gosh. This is a long day, y'all.
This document? Publish, Your Honor.
Now. Publish.
Publish, Your Honor.
Now.
House of Flux. What is
Actually,
shaking?
Scott, can you bring us back to the front?
I'm always
Go
happy
ahead,
to see
Mr.
your
Bloodworth.
name.
Ms. Carrington, what is this document?
This
In
is the
my head,
operating agreement of K.
child
Richins
always
Realty,
drop the L right out of
dated
it.
June
House of
7th, of
Flux,
2021. And this was
sorry.
provided
Look,
by
it's
Excel
just the
Financial
truth.
and David Egay in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Oh, hey, Flux. This guy's an e-gay, too.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4.
But I think you're like a real gay. Like, I think you're like permanent. You're also maintain your sexual orientation offline.
Thank you.
It's not just restricted to online activities like David Egay. You're a permanent gay. Yeah, I think, man, those cards are hard to find.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please.
Where do we got? Be here well says when you're on time, we can't fast forward. Stop being
Ma'am,
on
do you
time.
recognize
gay.
this document?
Nick, how are you?
Yes.
Tired.
What is it?
I thought about
It
doing
is
the
the
late
American
start
First
today,
Credit Union
but I didn't really
statement
announce
for
it.
Kouri Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Egay in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61 is admitted.
Ma'am, what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those three accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Holy shit.
Scott, 5-32D.
Sometimes you just come across a tweet and it's like, this is perfect.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September of 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-32D.
Same objections.
Admit this D.
Oh, I'm sorry. 5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you
which-
could zoom in.
Which dude's hairline? The attorney? His
Ma'am,
name
what
was
does this present?
Blood soak or something?
That for the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were $169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29D? Split screened with 5-29C?
Attorney has a hairline like a back road.
Ma'am, do
Yeah,
these
in, like,
documents
South
follow
America?
the same pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
What?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
Debt levels. They're over 9,000. That's
don't know what-
Just
impossible.
562.
Would
I
you
don't
like to
know.
see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, so same objections to 529C and
Hey, what's up,
529D. I don't remember seeing 562, so if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay. 5-62 and 5-29D and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of three. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second?
Would
Do you
you?
need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct. Okay. Would you say the number again?
5-24.
The witness has it. At least I think you do.
I do have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tracking wrong. I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's That's all right.
Oh my gosh. What's taking so long, Bloodborne?
That's not what's on my. Okay. Hold on. I had a screen problem.
Do you not know
Do we need
what
to
you're
do something
doing?
to help you?
No, I think we're good now.
Okay. The page that I'm seeing and the witness is seeing have a sticker on it. Can we go back to page 1 so I can make sure? 5-24, correct?
The lack of
Yes.
preparedness and
Okay.
organization in the most basic
And I
shit in
apologize,
this
Scott. I
trial.
go back to
You
wherever
know you're
Mr.
going to go
Bloodworth wanted
through
you to be.
and admit every
That's
one of
page
this
149.
stupid forensic accountant's documents. You know you're going to do it. Why don't you just have it all tabbed out already? Do the work.
So, Scott, can you please bring up 5-29E?
Hey Scott, can you do this? What if he said no? What would you even do? You just stand there like an idiot, looking around like a vampire trying to suck blood, but there's nobody there. It's just
And then
stones.
5-32E.
Break your little gay teeth.
Ma'am, do those documents follow the same pattern you've just testified to?
They do.
Your Honor, the statement was 524, 529E, and 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
524, 529E, and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in
Oh, my
149.
The Bates number. There's a Bates number on your. You see that? The Bates number is like 48. It's page number 3, but its Bates number is 48 because it's related to other evidence.
Scott, can you bring up 5-29F?
No, Dana, I don't feel better. Taxes paid for
And
all of this
5-32F?
trial. I mean, not ours. Well, I'm not in Utah.
Ma'am, do those two documents,
Government's on both sides of it and the middle
along
with
with
the judge.
524 at
Have
page
sex.
152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
No, she does not have private counsel.
Ma'am, I want to ask you
Those
now
are appointed
about
counsel
a
for the public defender's
$45,000
office.
set of wire transfers related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So was the down payment?
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, or Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 2-19DR?
Scott, can you? We'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
Oh, yeah, when he's sitting there with the sloppy chicken, all you just hear is like... as he stirs it around.
There's several pages, Your Honor.
Sorry, that was Kurt making soup, if anybody's curious about
And
that.
just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
Dusk Till Dawn. Wait, why do I have to watch? I've seen Dusk Till Dawn. I've seen your hernia. Gates of Above says, Scott, can you just question this witness for me?
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted.
Sport
Did this
Nugget.
witness see this document?
Yes, she did, Your Honor.
Okay, take it from there.
Sport Nugget says, if
And
Corey...
just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string.
You could walk him down slowly, Scott. Essentially, pausing when appropriate. Haha, I totally pulled an Eric. Ha! I bet you're
Ma'am,
dying.
is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
This is 2-19. Capital D is
Are you whispering in the microphone?
And Kouri Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I gotta tweet out that I'm actually doing this. No tie rag, it's just for a little bit. $59,000, don't freak. I knew you only had around 47,000. She's gonna drop 57 grand on the porch? Don't worry about paying me back. It'll just be wrapped up in the loan. Just $45,000. That'd be nice. These people just have 45 grand in cash. I can do that no problem. All right. Okay, I've got $45,000. Woot woot. Okay, can you deposit it? Blah 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 in your bank tomorrow, and then just wire it to my account, and then I'll wire it to the title company. Then I'll send you the receipt. Won't undo a button? I will. Eventually. Yes, I'll wire the money tomorrow. Nick, you worked at a bank. If someone walks in with 45 grand in cash, does it raise an eyebrow? It's an automatic currency transaction report for anything over 10,000. Anything over 3,000 is a discretionary suspicious activity report. So anything that involves cash in the mid to high four figures or higher, yeah, you're gonna be drawing some attention. Let's see, as get back on track, develop a savings plan. Ah. Oh, I want to fucking slap her. She's being such a bitch, and I can't believe he's being so nice still. Okay, well, I like that. I want to know more about that. Ms. Jessica NB1. Are you ready for this? Credit card and cash ATM payments. This 1987 friend. Did they think you robbed a bank or something? So yeah, get a credit card, and then you pay the credit card in cash through an ATM in increments under $10,000. At least I was told that that's how people do it. You should consult your attorney before taking any action. Talking to the feds through the wire. Oh. Definitely weird. I didn't even know it was weird. I hate this. I know it's asking for all these questions. Like, is the jury supposedly reading all of these randomly? It's just... Would Venmo work? You gonna Venmo $47,000? Have we learned nothing from the rise of OnlyFans? Says, if they want open buttons, make them super tip for it. And they have a point. They have a point. Shit. Where'd they go? Oh, that's over on this window. My bad. Thank you. Thank you for the super tip, of course. You're much less likely to get a suspicious activity report from an ATM machine, and even less so when you're making a credit card payment. Can't see any of these. There's nothing to see. Haha, you did your first wire transfer, Chels. Congratulations. Haha, I do about 10 of those a week. That's how my business functions. Okay, I'll let you know when the funds are received. It will be first thing in the morning. Wait, what? You should have them right now. Actually, a wire transaction or wire transfer transaction can take anywhere between 1 second and 72 hours. With international wires being subject to a subsequent hold after the 72 hours. Possible. It was difficult for me, but I didn't know what to do. Laughed at. That was so difficult to me. Ha ha ha. If I ever have to do it again, okay, thanks, friend. Forget to text you. Wires received this morning. Are you working Saturday?
Scott, we can stop it there. Thank you. That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those two wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at Bates 794. Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Brittany?
Flux, all this shit is
Okay.
related
Go
to
ahead.
a forensic accountant.
Ms.
tracked
Carrington, what
down
is
the
this again?
Financial fraud.
This is the Kouri Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you traced those two wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those two wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left. At the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you
Where
please
did they go?
show us
now?
what happened to
Where
that money?
did they go now?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account.
The majority of it, almost half? Do you not know what a majority is?
On the 12th, the middle transaction.
You
That
can't
went
say a
to
majority,
the family account,
almost
the
half.
2204 that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out, and then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
Mr. Gixer.
The transaction
Maybe.
that's highlighted, the
that opinion out yet?
$19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account, and
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account.
Wow.
And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A.
It's the worst. I do have a song stuck in my head, and it's closer.
Do you recognize that
Still,
document?
it's still closer
do.
by 9 Inch Nails.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union statement of the family account 2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions, and this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page, yes. Thank you.
Second
So you
page,
can
yes.
see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to FundFi for Kouri Richins.
And FundFi was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire, or the outgoing
Aaron
wire.
Schreier, they're objecting to basically all
and it
these
was
as hearsay.
returned in response
think
to a
relevance.
prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, but 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is FundFi Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Oh my God!
Let's go back to the loans for a minute.
I swear, I can't imagine any juror
You testified earlier that
has
Iron
any
Bridge
fucking
loan
clue about
became
what's
due
going
on
on.
January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
Thanks, criminally
happened?
confident.
She extended that loan for
I copyright struck you for doing it.
2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Yeah, she has no idea.
Did you review her correspondence
could
with
know
Excel
that-
Financial?
I did.
Because they
Did that
invoiced her
correspondence
for each one or something.
explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins at K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then, as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer, and so that's when the operating agreement that now show Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that, and then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount in a bank account statement in order to close, and the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Did K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
Could they have done it in a
What
better
then
way?
happened with
Sometimes
the
it's just
Ironbridge
cumbersome.
loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection to Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
1240 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Troyer, oh, we
Yes, sir.
addressed this one earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be
Yeah,
careful
are they at lunch
to
finally?
not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome
I
to
don't
talk
think
to
there's
each
a
other about all
different
kinds of
way,
other things,
really,
but
to do
not
it, but, like,
this
they're-
case. Please rise for the jury.
I guess you could just tighten up the questioning for foundation on these things and really just hammer it out. I just cannot figure out why this was so slow. Okay.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Corey's outfit's a
Mr.
little bit
Bloodworth, anything
chestier
else on the
today.
record before we break for lunch?
I
No,
guess
Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
technically it's
sir.
just a little
Ms. Carrington,
slimmer
please don't
around the,
consult with anyone
lower torso, so you get some
regarding your
contrast.
testimony during the lunch break.
Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
We'll be back at 12:40. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Oh. Case I think it was because the defense is going to object on foundational issues for every bit of financial evidence. Oh, excuse me. And they should. They should do that. But like they went through the main testimony about the entire investigation, okay? So they went through and put in the work for foundation. So then, questioning should be something along the lines of, okay, do you see Bates number 42? Yes. 5-1, Bates number 42, all right? Do you recognize this document? Yes. Is it part of the investigation that we went through before? Yes. Is it from this section of the investigation? Well, basically that. Is this a true and accurate representation of what, of the investigation and its results? Yes. There. Boom. That's it. I mean, they laid all the foundation throughout the earlier testimony. So why are we sitting around fumbling through this exceedingly slow and plodding and horrible process of asking more foundational questions? There is no reason to. I think we're already, see, here's the crazy thing. We're already caught up. Sport Nugget says if Kouri Richins had $1 for every time she raised the same objections, she wouldn't have had to kill her husband. That's a good point. Okay, so there's some crazy stories out there. Wisconsin nurse has been thrown behind bars after she repeatedly had sex with a drug court patient and then falsely claimed he sexually assaulted her. Oh, give her the death penalty. Have you guys seen the story of the mayor? The mayor who in some small town or whatever, and she statutorily raped a 16 or 17-year-old, something like that, at the or I would assume, well, wait a minute, if it was 17, that might be within the age of, it doesn't matter. Anyway, that's a wild story because she's at a party. The mayor of this small town, like 9,000 people, is at a party with her kids, her, teenage son and daughter. And she starts like twerking and grinding on one of these other teenagers, one of their contemporaries. And then both her son and her daughter are looking for her, and they find her just going to town on this teenager. And the son texts his mom like he's 17, but I think he was actually 16. I think that's what it was. Yeah, DX Mania. The mayor's story is crazy. She told them she thought he was 17, but he was 16. And it's strict liability on statutory rape. There's no they looked a different way. Maybe if they actively lie to you and you can prove it, maybe at that point you have a claim. But they looked old enough. Nope, you going to jail today. You going to jail today. Jonathan Aaron Steele, I agree. The punishment is completely disproportionate, and it's because of a prejudice. It's because of prejudice that the teenage boy, that any teenage boy ever would want to have sex with someone, which we all know that that's like a risky proposition to say that that's true in the first place. But when you get specific like this, it's even harder. Has there ever been a record of teenage boys wanting to engage in sexual intercourse prior to becoming an adult? I don't think so. But no, obviously the point is the punishment does seem to be, kind of split differently. But this wasn't this one. There was a story I read the other day that was one of these minor stories, and it was a woman or whatever, and she got just devastated. It was a lot, but I think she had a lot of kids under her belt. Look, oh, gross. they had to restart everything because the court officials had ties to her ex-husband. Is that whatchamacallit? The mayor of the town. Holy cats. Let's see. I think this might be a good opportunity for me to take a bathroom. I can't even talk. A bathroom break. So I'm going to go do that. And then I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to I'll put up the court just in case it comes on, but we'll do this. But I will be back in just a moment. Okay. Sorry about that. Lady Raggets is home for a minute. I got a chance to talk to her since court decided to be done for a bit. Did she make me a sandwich? No, just sitting around. Let's see. Hold on. Get my camera back on in just a second. Forgot to thank her for all the snacks. What snacks? I don't see any snacks. Do I want a sandwich? Yes. That would be lovely. Thank you. Oh my gosh. What is happening? What kind? Man. We have lettuce, we have pickles, we have ham. This is promising. Yeah, whatever sandwich it is, it starts with fentanyl. Brigitte, how is the trial going? Oh man, it's so good. It's like the best trial, and these lawyers are doing really interesting techniques for lawing. So interesting that nobody seems to be doing anything different. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Trying to decide if I want like an adult sandwich or a kid sandwich where we just have peanut butter and jelly again. I kind of want one of those. Can you do that for me? The peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but on the butter bread with crunchy peanut butter this time. Okay. All right, look. Oh my gosh. This thing is terrible. This tie's been giving me trouble. I like this tie. This tie says first day working at IBM. This is a genuine old tie. This thing is fat as hell. B. Jefferson, I used 3 slices. Well, Lady Raggets in this instance, but when I invented this sandwich as a young lad, it's 3 slices of bread. The middle slice of bread is buttered on both sides. Are my words and mouth off? No, you're the one who mouths off. You're going to Super Tip to get a button undone, but I put the put a tie back on, breaded. No, now you have to Super Tip to get the tie off first. You waited too long. I own you. Says she should have paid for your CRE to be her lawyer. Oh, like my CLE, I think is what you meant. Oh my. Did you see in chat there's no court tomorrow? No, there's no court on Friday. As far as I can tell, there's court tomorrow. I brought a couple different ties down. Let's see. So I can go to sleep on Friday. I will just sleep through Friday. That'll be the whole thing. Oh. Goodness gracious. So what's up, guys? What do you want to talk about? We have some time because nothing's happening with the court. They are on a break for another 33 minutes or so. TB, respectfully, ew. I don't want granola on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Jonathan Aaron Steele. When is the next Kurt cooking stream going to happen? We just had one this weekend. Right now we're at the mercy of Kurt. He's played the long game by not making any content ever. This tie tied it bad. I'm going to retie the tie. I like it. An honest doubter says, talk to me about how a libertarian supports foreign intervention. Supports it? So here's a question. This is a legitimate question, I think. When something is done, and the results are not in line with your typical expectations and are not wholly disappointing, does that mean you support it? Or are you just happy about its current status? Because it could all change quickly in this scenario. Do I want the U.S. going and blowing up every Ayatollah that's... Well, I didn't want every Ayatollah who's appointed in a row to be blown up. But when it happened, it was hilarious. So then I kind of do. Like I kind of wanted that to keep going because I think it'd just be funny if there was never another supreme leader of Iran. And every time one got appointed, they got blown up. That'd be great. I don't care at all. Until we have, a democratically elected, I guess, I don't really care if it's democratically elected, but until we have a non-monarch, non-theocracy in Iran, keep blowing them up. It's funnier this way. So pro foreign intervention? No, I'm not. I'm not pro foreign intervention. I think it's funny. I'm interested to see the results. But also, you want to tell me why a small L libertarian can't be for limited and specific foreign intervention. Why is that a thing? Is it because of the non-aggression principle? The non-aggression principle is about a conflict of existing rights. You don't mess with my rights, I won't mess with your rights. Non-aggression principle can be applied insofar as nations exist. Can be. But who's the aggressor? Is the aggressor the United States? Is the aggressor the country that has actually actively participated in attacking the United States and its people, going after its infrastructure, going after funding its enemies specifically? Who's violating the NAP in that case? I don't know where the notion came from that libertarians must automatically be non-interventionist. I think that would make more sense if if military service were mandatory rather than selective and voluntary. But with a voluntary military, you're not compelling anyone. I mean, their orders are compulsory because they have assented in advance to accept whatever order comes down. They knew the score. But they're not coerced into joining the military. The military joining is a choice that is made freely and without fear of retribution or punishment from the military or the government itself. Everyone you know who didn't join the military after Vietnam didn't get punished for not joining it. Selective service is there. We haven't used the selective service, so who knows how that would work out and what circumstances that would be applied. But in the why does a libertarian have to be non-interventionist? Because there's more than enough to do to fix our own country first. Wait a minute. No, you don't get to do this. You don't get to do this. You careful where you walk, my friend. I'm going to call out bullshit all day. You don't get to say you're a libertarian, non-interventionist is what you need to be because we have stuff to do here at home. Wrong. Libertarian. There's nothing to do. Stop doing stuff. Do less and undo stuff. Undo yourself. Get out. We don't have more to do here at home to fix our own country. We don't. We have less to do. We should be specifically lessing. So you don't get to do that. You don't get to hold conflicting ideological purity positions. Not on my watch. Maybe on my metronome, though. I like how the faggy little troll in the chat wants to suddenly participate in the discussion. Doing nothing fixes nothing. That's not true. That's not true at all. Doing nothing often allows things to normalize. Almost everything we have running, at any sort of scale, any sort of societal scale is effectively an economic model. Economic models always have adjustments and then a return to some sort of equilibrium. Equilibrium might adjust overall, but doing nothing allows the system to get to economic equilibrium. Doing something interferes with the natural flow of the market. That's why centrally planned economies never work. ever, not once have they actually functioned. The idea that doing nothing fixes nothing means that you weren't paying attention ever, and you know nothing. Speaking of which, fuck off. Fuck off on that one. Let's see, what else do we have? By the way, honest doubter, I'm like happy to entertain your discussion. I think it was fine. Let's see, what do we have? Check this out, guys. This sounds like fun. This sounds like a fun story to cover. So we can do this real quick. While we wait, there are other things happening. But I'm the right kind of libertarian, the one that I invented in my head based on the concept of libertarianism. There isn't like a strict guideline or anything. All it is in my system of libertarianism is an automatic centering at 0 as the starting point for any policy consideration at all. When you're trying to figure out how to like fix a crime or whatever, or fix a policing problem, the first question is, do we even need police? You start at 0. Everybody wants to start like somewhere else down the line. You're accepting a lot of things, but maybe you don't need to be there. That's libertarianism to me. Have the minimal government impact because you start from 0 on every premise. And then you move only so far as necessary to achieve the government's interest. And that interest needs to be either legitimate or compelling. Borrowing the scrutiny model of, of the courts for language on how to kind of describe that. But once we go there, so taxation is to raise revenue typically. So let's go back a step to revenue. So generating revenue. What do we need to do this in the first place? How many systems of revenue generation will be effective? How much money or how much of the system's output can we remove from it and still, still maintain profitability and all of that stuff? But it should always be the minimum because you should always start with 0. Other systems don't start with 0. Some of them start with 100% government control, 100% public input. Mine's the opposite. But that leaves plenty of room for any legitimate government purpose. And one of those legitimate government purposes could be blowing up every Ayatollah ever, because that's, whew. Oh my gosh, this woman is a gem. Thank you, lady. Libertarian expert. If you disagree with me, you're banned because I'm smart and mature. No, it's when you accuse me of murdering a dog that I was nowhere even near. Come into my chat and you want to tell jokes or whatever. Fine. I don't care. You come into my chat being a faggot, I'll treat you like one. Banned. Go away. I don't care at all anymore about any of that. It was never true in the first place. No one ever actually embraced the principles of the free and open chat. No one ever embraced that concept. Well, I shouldn't say no one. Plenty of people did, but you're never required to let someone scream at you in your own living room. Fuck off. Go scream at me from outside. I don't care. Anyway. Here we got a different story to go through. Saw this one while I was scrolling through Twitter earlier. Let's see, what do we got? Creep nurse had sex with patient, then falsely accused him of sexually assaulting her. See, this is the strategy right here. This is red pill, red meat. We've got a Wisconsin. Why is it always Wisconsin? In Wisconsin, they're either forcing someone into sex or into their stomachs. Why didn't you get that, nurse? Dude, Wood, calm down, Bush. She then tried to get the guy arrested. Wisconsin nurse has been thrown behind bars after she repeatedly had sex with a drug court patient. Well, I mean, that's good for him. Like, better. It wasn't just a one-off. That's what I'm saying. That's nice, I guess. And then falsely claimed he sexually assaulted her. Melissa Knutson, which is a very Wisconsin name, was found guilty of misconduct in public office and obstructing an officer after she engaged in the tryst with the patient while she was working for the Monroe County Drug Court in 2022. When authorities were alerted to her antics, the nurse initially accused the patient of sexually assaulting her, prosecutors said. Knutson, who was tasked with giving the patient the substance abuse drug Vivitrol, had tried to claim that she opted to stay quiet about the so-called assault because she feared he would harm her or her family. What a bitch. What an evil woman. But text messages from the patient later revealed Knutson had initiated the relationship and that she vowed to deny everything if they were eventually busted, according to prosecutors. She later admitted to lying about the assault in a bid to avoid the consequences. The harm caused by Miss Knutson was deep and significant. So was the harm caused by her patient. Get it, brother. Not only did she violate the sacred trust between a patient and a nurse. I don't know if she violated the trust. I think he trusted her. Why? I guess at the end. At the end she did. Not only did she violate the sacred trust between a patient and a nurse, but she compounded that by falsely accusing the patient of sexual assault. District Attorney Kevin Croninger said in a statement, "This situation is particularly egregious given the patient in this situation was a participant in drug court." Why does that make it worse? I don't get that.
We're back on the record.
No.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Man,
Ms. Nestor.
I thought they were going to go full out.
Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, hold on. I gotta. There we go. Oh wait, I gotta mute this. We have echo. Need to know where she practices for science? Well, right now I think she's practicing in prison. 18 months? 18 months. Look, when people take advantage of like a minor or whatever, obviously, put him in prison, put him in I don't care. Put him in something horrible. Doesn't bother me. But you're in drug court. I guess because she had the drug that was supposed to help out with addiction. So I guess like would claim the power disparity comes from her being able to withhold necessary treatments. Is that it? Wait, which one? Just the plain yellow tie? This guy right here? I'm not like, I just grabbed some ties to keep occupied. Yeah, the false accusation thing is the big one for me. But the crazy thing is I don't know that the false accusation is what put her in jail. What put her in jail was the fact that she was employed by a government in the drug court and then canoodling with a patient. You like the pastel stripe tie you had before you swapped to the yellow tie? Yeah. I have a couple others to try. But K. Starler says, yeah, I like the pastel stripe tie before, but I'm a dude. So if you have a lady telling you how to dress, do it. Don't ever let a lady tell you how to dress. You can ask her. But what you do is just learn what they like.
Please have a seat as you
and
come
then
in.
you do it better for them.
All right, folks, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with testimony from Ms. Carrington. Ms. Carrington, you are still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can we please have 8-12? Your Honor, this is in evidence already if the court could publish.
Understood. One moment. There you are.
Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this home?
I do.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please?
Thank you, Scott.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty, K. Richins Realty, account 6577 from June of 2021. This is sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
That's a good idea.
Same objection.
5-58
I
is
just don't know how to do it.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what, again, does this information or does this statement present?
This is like the others. This is K. Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says, calculates the three accounts. The total is $702,831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get 5-29B, please? Ma'am, what is this document?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for K. Richins Realty, LLC, 6577 for June of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
Same objections.
5-29B as in boy is admitted.
Thick sandwich? Yes. Yes, it is.
Published now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
Kouri Richins Realty at the P.O. Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the two accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Objections are
What
hearsay
is
and
it?
relevance.
This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021. The
I
account number
believe.
7664 that came directly from the credit
I don't know
union
if they
in
ever
response
actually
to a
directly stated
subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit
Clearly what-
5-32C.
what they
Same
were.
objections?
5-32C is admitted.
But yes, they do have to raise the objection each time with each document. Otherwise, they
One more time,
waive
ma'am.
it.
Okay. This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 from June of 2021. This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the three accounts totaling $702,831.96.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times. We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2? Ma'am, did you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and the deeds, the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
The state moves to admit 5-93D2.
No objection.
5-93D2 is admitted.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
It might be easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
Would you turn to Admiral? Thank you.
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here along the bottom are just
I still hate
some
cardigans.
phases
I
of funding.
still hate every blazer in Utah.
As far as the phases of funding, it's not a very hard and fast scientific analysis, but as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started her business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of her, not all of them, but almost all of her projects, a significant number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund
HELOC is a home
projects,
equity line
the
of
rehab
credit.
expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like
Cat slave, I'm just
$10,000 or
changing ties randomly.
$15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects. And she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina, and those seemed to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business, so I've kind of left those off. But I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell, those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender, so she'd acquire the house with his funds, and then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So
Yes, Gwen.
I have put these, what I'm trying to
was wearing
depict
it
here,
earlier.
that as time went on, the proportions changed a little bit. And then, as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Your Honor, object to narrative.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, ask a question.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor. What changes from the first column to the second column?
Okay, from the first column,
I'll
there's
ask
the
a
HELOC
question,
and the
Your
seller
Honor.
financing and cash. Those don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column to the third column?
The third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang.
Narrating objections
And Doreen Kouri,
are
as
dumb
you've heard, comes
when it's
in.
gonna be this.
My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt.
Then what?
The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
How does Doreen Kouri contribute as a funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021 that gets submitted in the fall of 2021. Her credit is used for the Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process. And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a company, a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
So is it right then to summarize that she's a funding source because her name and credit is used, but she's not a funding source in terms of
Mad move.
a source of cash?
Get used to
I
it.
don't believe she's a funding source as a
There's no
source
way
of
around
cash.
it.
I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've tried my best to identify every transaction. There are some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
So what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans and Doreen Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We've talked about October, November, December, into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri Richins had sold the last significant project that she was going to sell for a while. And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I've called the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway Mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after Eric Richins died. And what's different from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cockerhands and Blackwells and the Burns, and then these other Lieb, Soto, and Sills, all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property, and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can trade mics now.
Thank you. It's off. You can turn it back on.
Hey, what's up, Tammy? Welcome. You've joined the most boring
Okay,
day
ma'am, let's
of the
talk
most
about
boring
the
trial.
accounts receivable loans portion of that chart. What are accounts receivable loans?
They are, so accounts receivables are future revenues that have been earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like, in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements, and then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
Dark Knight.
5-97D
Might be good.
is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. Man.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Murdaugh, but we have
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present?
2 weeks and 3
So
days left.
these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. If someone buys a piece of property like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a
UCC is
deed that gets
Uniform
recorded
Commercial
at the
Code.
county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed.
It keeps
On the
the
other hand, say
expectations
someone buys a
around how
piano or
business
a
is-
piece of
is
equipment
conducted
for their farm or
uniform throughout
something.
the entire United States.
That is not something that the lender can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until this borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all
It's
public
getting to the point where I'd
record.
rather
So I
stream
pulled up
anything else,
whatever
even if I was still streaming the
UCC
same
filings
time.
I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those, and I was able to piece together a lot of information. And this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right?
That-
And And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I could see how I can make this a little bit better, but so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes that I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer, and I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com.
All I want
I
are
can
those
see how
texts.
she starts to pay $149
Give us that
monthly to
stuff.
funded.com.
Give us a story.
But I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file
about
a UCC
fraud. It's
filing.
about
So I don't
dishonesty.
know how much she borrowed. So
And
I'm
murder.
not going to make an assumption
Let's see
and
how she
put a
did it
value in there
with her
and
words.
calculate a number that I can't support.
Good night, we hear
So
well.
the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And she owed then at least $645,000.
I mean, this is crazy
That's
too.
right. So the receivables
How many of y'all
purchased-
casually
so in my
fund
example that I gave you a minute ago,
$500,000 on payday loans at the drop of a hat?
She took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30/2021, the Greengrass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account. And in exchange for that, they filed a UCC filing later, actually. But the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438. And she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
Let's follow that thread then. Scott, can I get 5-10, please? Do you recognize
Get
that
it, J. Lou.
Yes, I do.
Is that the green grass
Like-
funding
like-
revenue purchase
She can
agreement?
make a forensic
that you just
accounting
referenced
of
and showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
my gentlemanliness.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-10 into evidence.
You're not starting to lean not guilty. You lean not guilty from the start.
That's just, is that the only page? It's just the agreement? Just 2 pages?
Rude boy, that's a good suit, man. I like the pink.
I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5-10 is admitted.
Scott, if we could zoom in on kind of the merchant information.
Scott, if you could just do
Down to,
anything.
yep, right there.
Gosh.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, what does this tell us?
This necktie
So
hideous.
this is the agreement between Kouri Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contractor license or something else. And then the LTD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your
Yes.
Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no.
Can we tip for
It's
certain
possible
clothing items?
the WCA Enterprises.
You can try.
She's got a couple of projects where the buyer is Kouri Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, But as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I'm not aware of any bank accounts that they have.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts? Right there. So is this what?
Can we tip for
If you
tip?
can highlight that
It's a big
line
one.
at
It's got to be a big
60,000
one.
to the right. I think you already did, but just to be super clear, can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road, and that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those
Good Lord, what
payments
happened?
being withdrawn from our bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end
No,
of
Shan.
2021 and into early
Couldn't happen to a better
2022?
country.
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top, right there. And the date there is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against K. Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally, for non-payment of the debt. I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please? Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's
No, I don't like
related to
this one
that
as much.
lawsuit that I just explained.
It's not bad.
And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
Yeah, when you add a hearsay on there.
Would you approach regarding the hearsay objection?
Yeah, it's busy with the shirt. I've never actually put this tie on. The tie reminds you of a pickle. Got pickles on the brain? Oh my God. I like this one. Yes. Yes, I do, libertarian expert. I have to have them specially tailored. You should come meet me at a live event. We'll see who's bigger. Bring your mom. I bet she likes me.
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can we please turn to tax analysis?
Oh, God.
Did you
How do you
analyze
get
Kouri
better
Richins
than loan
and Eric
analysis?
Richins' tax
Taxes.
returns?
Yes, I did.
What
Somebody
types of returns did you analyze?
end me.
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K-1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins'
No.
Realty's return?
Yes.
Actually, I
Were
think
her tax returns helpful in understanding her
blood
financial
whatever here.
narrative?
I think he's probably the most capable attorney on either side.
If
of
I
this.
answered that yes or no, it would
So I think-
require some
I
explanation.
think Cross is going to be horrid.
Let's start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Today.
Same objections we raised previously.
Why did you object in the middle of her talking? Goodness gracious. Now, in this case, I don't believe she's charged with tax fraud or tax evasion, so I didn't see that in the charges. So I don't think, I'm not entirely sure. But again, all this mostly goes to motive, because they're going to get to the the fraudulent insurance, life insurance policies. They're taken out on the husband without his knowledge or consent or whatever. And then those insurance policies would hopefully clear out her debt or help her float until the other house is able to be flipped. Oh my goodness. But yeah, this is just great. This is riveting stuff. Everybody's like really putting up some worthwhile objections.
I have the most important question for this case in chief. How much money, if any at all, did she spend on purchasing the fine ginger beverage known as Cock and Bull?
Cock and Bull. It's a good question. It's a valid question. It's an important question. It's what the people want to know. You would think the husband knew all about this, or about all this. But see, that's the thing. He didn't seem to. And his signature is allegedly forged. Which, that's what makes this a problem. It seems like the husband should know about all this, but he didn't. Which, that means it was probably a fraud.
Gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to discuss with the attorneys. If you would please take a
Ooh,
break.
this just got saucy. Maybe something interesting's about to happen now. I got one more tie, and then I'm going to probably go back to the shock it tie. Trying on all these different ties has, its own purpose for me too. Like, you can take a guess at how things are going to look or what colors are going to work,
Folks, have a seat.
but you really don't know until you put it on.
Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's objection, would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Carrington will testify that Kouri Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay. And then where will we go
I don't think
after
this one's
that
gonna look good at all.
regarding the tax returns?
I like this tie. I just don't think it's going to look good.
Implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss? And then Ms. Carrington will testify that during these time frames, Ms. Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a tax return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
So,
Get wrecked,
first of
blood
all,
face.
absolute speculation as to why. I mean, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income to use it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced her.
Pause there for a minute. Let's assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Carrington, based upon
actually,
her
it's not that
education,
bad.
training experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than specific.
Except that in this particular case, I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing
10
any evidence that
terabytes?
she produced her tax returns to any lenders ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it. So if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation. It is prejudicial. It's harmful.
This is a good
and it
idea.
shouldn't come
Studded
in.
tie. Do they
But
make
I
those?
also think
That'd be awesome.
if she's, to whatever
Oh, shit.
extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And that's another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B. And again, has zero
Why is this
relevance
at
to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her
$575?
husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
Okay. One step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by
Oh, this is cool.
defendant. Mr. Bloodworth asked
A
the questions in a way
Swarovski
that does not require or invite Ms. Carrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms. Richins' head, but speaks more broadly or generally based upon her education, training, and experience about why real estate investors in Ms. Richins' circumstances might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay. That resolves the speculation objection.
Tyler Robinson's 3 lawyers.
Next, moving to the
Nestor,
404B issue.
the big
the
one
court
is 2 lawyers, and then
determines
Wendy Lewis
that
in the pink
evidence
is the other one.
regarding the appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding the potential consequences that would flow if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning of those authorities. However, to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right. And then, can we just take a look together at Rule 103B? Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect genuinely that Ms. Richins disagrees
Budget's up to
strongly
$1,000
with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103B.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor. My only concern
Do you have just Angel's Envy
is
or the finished
that
rye?
As we litigated
Angel's Envy is a
this,
bourbon.
we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of her demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you
Sans?
doubled down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just
They just not have
reasserting the objection every time or
pronunciation
if you're choosing.
in Utah?
And that's why on occasion I have to ask
Okay.
whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can
Yeah, there's
try
tons,
to do
man.
better about alerting the court if there's a new
Like,
ground.
Angel's Envy's good.
But I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere
like a
that
$60
I've said
bottle of bourbon.
exhibit
There's much different stuff out there.
632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree that's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection.
Try the
but
Angel's
problem
Envy
with that
finished
is we've
rye.
never, in any of our litigation, said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are, but to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you
Alert
have
you.
to say more. Otherwise, I won't
Understood.
know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention, for the record, is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document, we believe, falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody need a break before we invite the jury back in? Mr.
Take a
Bloodworth?
break.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, you're
Okay. Tasia,
We
we're
can
ready
run
for the
away for the summer. Let's go upstate. Whoa! Do you see the cabbage behind Nestor there? I have a lanyard. Where do you get like just a solid piece of fabric? I don't know if that's a shirt, a skirt, some sort of hybrid thing. Yeah, Emmanuel Quinones Santiago. Angel's Envy finished rye is about $100 a bottle. It's not like super expensive or whatever. It is one of the most consistently high value, per dollar whiskeys that there are. But it's not like, oh, it's good at this price point. It's a fantastic whiskey that they could charge much more for it. That's a great one. Old Oak. There's an Old Oak bottle that's around $110. It's really, really good. I can't remember what it was called. Let's see. What else is there? Why are you guys standing around quietly? God, stupid court. Whoops. No, go back. You have to go back. Yeah.
Please have a seat as you come in.
I do think Kouri looks, aside from the volcano on her forehead, her outfit looks better today. I don't know what people's insistence on these
Please have a seat.
cardigans
Ladies
is.
and
but-
gentlemen of the jury, in additional instruction, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate. During the period of time before the acts charged in this case, This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you,
I
Your Honor.
can and will. Oh,
Ms.
crap.
Carrington, let me pick up with that last question.
There was a
Maybe we'll
super
just answer it again to get back on track.
The whole time.
Were Kay Richins Realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no.
Ms. Sparkles, I've just been changing ties.
Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, it was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues.
She didn't tell me what she had.
The documents also show that the only loans that he understood that Kay Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on Kay Richins Realty's tax return?
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses, inflates the net income. So makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment.
So they need to set up that
Based
tax
on your
advantage for
training and
lower income.
experience as a forensic
Show that
accountant,
the
why
purpose
would
of
a
lying about the
business
income was
person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective,
defrauding the-
want to inaccurately report
improperly
their
acquiring a loan,
expenses
higher loan amount.
and end up paying more tax?
Oh, here you go.
Most, I don't know. Most, if taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or businesses'
This
objectives.
is the epitome of gay.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
We have an ascot now.
Why would a business
I don't know why.
similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating
These
at a
things are
loss.
comfy as hell, though.
And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021. That would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021 that wasn't accurate, that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and she,
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
factually
Lady
speaking, she
Raggeds.
acquired 3 new properties in November of
style
2021, adding
can be
$1.1
stopped?
million to her debt.
Logistics?
She
No.
didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide
They get a little
with
better times.
the inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether
Fletcher Boy
Kouri
says,
and Eric
"That's the look,
Richins had any
Nick Hefner."
tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000. And federal was about 80,000 at least. So 150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36?
I like how Lady Raggeds is like, where'd you get one of those? When did that even happen?
Are we frozen?
It's possible. Let me fix that. My apologies.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem. Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union,
This is the
Kouri
story of a
Richins,
girl let
the
on her
personal
taxes and
checking
rob the
account
whole
5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the check. Yeah. Ms. Carrington, what is this?
This is a check from the C&E Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And based on your analysis, did C&E
Yes, this is
provide
so
Eric
boring.
and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
Check to hearsay.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why does lay some foundation for how she knows?
Did in reviewing the C&E accounting materials show that C&E distributed
This is dumb, though.
to both Cody and Eric Richins estimated tax payments?
How does she
Yes,
know?
no one has told me that, but I can see
Someone
from
told her.
reviewing all the bank accounts that there
But does
are
she know?
there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
One moment. The hearsay objection is overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you trace this check?
I did.
If we can go back to the main document, Scott. Can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure. Scott, if you can scroll down. Okay. Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, the deposited check item for $36,000 to go over there. And so that's that check. And there included in this exhibit is the deposit slip, so I can match that up, plus the check copy came with
buy an
this.
ascot for
So I
every
know this is
Greek.
the same $36,000. And then,
Sorry.
sorry,
At the time that was deposited, what was the account balance?
83 cents.
Okay. Can you pick up the tracing from there, please?
Yes. So in doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up, but for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
And where did that $25,000 land?
It's a wire out that goes to Stewart Title, Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please? No, I'm sorry, down a page.
No. Keep going to the wire. This one, please. Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So this is a wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, it's from Kouri Richins. Right above her name is the account number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company. And then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins. Earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the property?
I am.
How so?
I have been by it several times over the last 3 years, and I have researched the recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building permits, the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed the prior owner before Kouri Richins bought it. I've interviewed the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property. And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Let's please start with the drive-by.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway Mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Scott, can you zoom in a bit? Scott, can I get 6-8, please? Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPC, that K. Richins Realty submitted to as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is
Oh, my
Sierra,
goodness,
and that's the
thank you.
bait stamp
Heather
that
Whitaker,
identifies that
gifting
this
5
came
memberships.
from
Very much
Sierra West
appreciated.
Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. K. Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roy Lance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right says the earnest money deposit of $50,000.
So
And then as you go down,
The
it
height
gives
button,
the street address is 106
every
North
month
Legacy. That's why
or
I call
week
it
or
Legacy
something,
Way.
everybody gets
it's in
hype
Midway.
points
That's why people call it the
automatically
Midway
on YouTube.
Mansion. And then the parcel
you can
number, et
hype
cetera.
Then it's a
streams or
fee addendum.
videos.
We'll get to that one in a minute.
and it's
But
like
Scott, if you can scroll
a
down.
free promo. Like it's like a super light
What
button for
information
the
does
algorithm.
the purchase
apparently.
price paragraph provide?
So
I
it
don't know
tells
how
us
it
what
works.
the agreed purchase, well, the offered
Or if it works.
purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit. And then the balance will be paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then I know that this is accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down all the way through the next page? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
It's not a
Stop
cravat.
there,
It's
thank
an
you.
ascot.
Let's zoom in on the contract deadlines.
Lady Tammy sent
through
it
the
in.
signature.
I'm actually about to change it out, but Lady Tammy sent it in
Thank
with the shock it,
Ms. Carrington, what information does
shock
this
it
provide?
tie.
So this
Probably because
gives
I made
a
fun of
chronology of
ascots.
different steps that need to be taken. It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that they want to do, and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
That's the day that this property deal closed, and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
Did she purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you. Let's discuss the warts and problems, please. Scott, if we can go down to the, just keep it up, zoomed out, right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk up and present you with a printed copy of 6-8. And this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the paragraphs on that disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me. This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction. Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state, and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis, and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability. Paragraph 3. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch County or other governmental agencies. And buyer is and buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is, with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining necessary or desired permitting and allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests, requirements, and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits.
Are we reading this out loud?
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County in any way.
no idea.
Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and
Been to
all
jail.
other governmental
So don't get life
organizations
insurance
that
if
may
you don't
have
want your
oversight
crazy
or
wife pushing
control
you.
of
She
the
got
parcels
life insurance.
and building
He allegedly
projects and
didn't know.
occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any
This is
contribution
showing
from or
right
assistance
now
of seller with
that
regard
the
to
house is
obtaining
not in the
all necessary
condition
permits,
to sell.
certificates,
It's
allowances,
not
or
close to
approvals
being
to restart
flippable.
the building process
So she can't
or complete
claim,
said
"I was just
process
floating
and
for a
obtain all
month," or
necessary
whatever.
inspections,
The payday
approvals,
loans and
certificates,
everything.
permits, or allowances.
She was
Paragraph
misrepresenting.
5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and
business's
affirms that the
performance
parcels have
acquire loan
have
funds
sewer
because
rights,
she
but that
needed
the sewer is not
their,
yet hooked up, is below
and then
grade, and will have
that
to be
was not going
pumped.
safe.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels. Paragraph 6. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such. Thus, a potential off-site property may be obtained by the buyer. And if not on an additional off-site property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on-site the subject parcels. There is a
glad
mitigation
that Scott's
process
able to
that
keep
will
up
be
with the
need to be
highlighting. Like,
coordinated with
he's
the Army
right-
Corps of Engineers.
right with her on the words.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands. An outside consultant with BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer. Paragraph 12. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carrington, in your experience reviewing REPCs, have you ever reviewed a REPC like
Oh,
that?
tons of
No.
people lose money flipping houses.
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9? I will retrieve the exhibit. Thank you, ma'am.
Typically because they're not properly skilled to do the work, or some
Ms. Carrington, do
unexpected
you recognize exhibit
necessary repair was
6-9?
lurking
I do.
beneath it.
What is it?
And an inspection
This
didn't
is the settlement
catch it.
statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property, where Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
The state moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
6-9 is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
It might be since I don't have a... Thank you. Okay, this is not actually as complicated as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender is Sierra West Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So then over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal file number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version. This is the sale price of the property at $2.9 million. And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property.
Thanks.
So here's the original loan.
I'm back in
from Sierra
high
West
school.
to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital. This $2.6 million loan, they charged $124,850 at the outset
By
just
the way,
for the loan.
what up, Meg?
And then on
How you
top of
doing?
that, it accrues
Always great to
interest
see you in
going
chat.
forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th of 22, she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022. The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate
Darby
to this
O'Hara,
loan,
I
the $420,000
think I
by
agree.
the Burns. And then Scott,
I
could you
can't
please
imagine the
scroll
jury
down?
is following today,
Thank you. That's great.
honestly.
So then here, these are
Hey, thanks.
the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the title company in this transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is
First
the Burns,
position!
the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason,
Referring
this
to
is
lien
down here.
positions,
I
who
don't know
gets
why.
paid
But this third position
at
lender
first
funds
in
is
the-
$150,000. That's
In the event of a sale or
an
foreclosure
aggregation
or-
of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their
Broham.
resources to
I
loan
missed you too.
$150,000 on this deal. And
Come back and hang around.
here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at
This is one of those trials, it's
$58,000. The other side paid
gonna
$1,000
get
per their
interesting.
agreement, and then some recording fees. On top of this, there's one more loan.
It's going to be a
from
hung
David
jury because no one's
Cocker
going to
Hands
know what
that came in
information they
before
need to
this.
review to
He
make a
gave her the
decision.
money for the
It's going to be a
earnest
hung
money.
jury
So
because
did
they're
Matt
all going to
Strong.
try and
So they
escape
both gave her the
this mortal
$50,000
coil.
for the earnest money. But later, the fourth position
Like, we got shoelaces.
lender
We can
of
fix this.
$67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not. But it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be $3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million, and then there was a little overage, and so this $87,240 came back to her, and we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
Binger Figget was your old name. That's a good one.
So does this show that she borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
$87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway Mansion closed, how much was it worth?
$2.9 million, because that's what she paid for it. That was the agreed price on that for that transaction.
Is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something, whether it's gold, oil, real estate, the true value on any
Scott's the
given
one
day
who looks
is
like
what
a diet
willing
legal
buyer
vices.
and willing
Diet
seller
Jeff.
agree to?
Yes,
I think-
and so in addition
I
to
hate
the
Kouri's
fact that that's
stupid
what the
sweater,
market
again.
dictates, the IRS
wardrobe is
rules
getting better
also
by the
say that
Day by day.
a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer,
Yes.
and industries
Yes, Jonathan.
function like that all the time. Business valuation, a forensic accountant who conducts a business valuation of a business
No
will
kidding.
use that same concept.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
I did, because that's what she paid for them.
It was a money pit when she bought it. Then not doing the work and letting.
Scott, can we get 5-114?
Or I guess things
please?
were sitting exposed. That disclosure was from when she
Bless
bought
you.
it. We
Ma'am,
are
do you
not
recognize
on
this agreement?
cross.
I do.
What is it?
It is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and Kouri Richins Realty. And this was
Yeah, her
a
outfit today
response from the
wardrobe
title
is plain.
company,
Her outfit today
Griffith
is
and
more
Turner Title,
form-fitting. She
in
looks
response
more
to
feminine
a
and less
prosecution
mousy.
subpoena.
I think that's good.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
You can tell that she has a
114
chest.
is admitted.
Other days, she's really kind of kept that
And
in.
just,
She,
Scott, yeah, perfect.
which
So
I'm
this
not
is-
saying she should get the girls out or
Am I
anything.
right? Is this the loan agreement between
But
Kouri
she should
Richins
sit up
Realty
straight.
and Sierra West
She should
for
have
the
good
Midway
posture.
Mansion?
It is.
And people seeing her
And Sierra
silhouette
West
should
was
understand.
the biggest
that
lender at
she's a woman.
$2.6 million.
That's right, yes.
But she should definitely do her hair.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1? Scott, could you go to page 12, please? And is this part of what is, are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Cornrows?
Yes, that would be consistent, yes.
These are
I
the
like it because they
closing
didn't know
documents
she was
on
in.
the Midway
They don't know
Mansion,
she's locked
at
up,
least
but they
this-
will then.
The closing documents for the largest funder on the Midway Mansion.
That's right, yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page
Man, the public
21,
defender
please?
team needs to just dedicate $45 a day to bring
Is this another
Any
different signature
hairstyles.
page?
in the morning.
Yes,
and
this
just
one
do a quick
is basically
15-minute job on her hair.
acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please?
A faux platinum grill.
Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes,
Can you go to 32, Scott?
You know, Triggy
I'm sorry,
Rich.
can-
It might. She might be. Their hair
Yes.
is very similar every day.
32. Is that yet another
You know if that's a
signature page
zit
in the
on her
closing
forehead or for
documents?
bunkmates
Yes.
factor. That's a zit. That's all of her
And
guilt
33, Scott?
starting to build up into Vesuvius on her forehead. Her last defense will be when
Ms.
the judge is
Carrington, is that
about
yet
to
another
sentence her to life in prison.
notarized signature page
That
in
thing
the
will
closing
burst.
documents?
it is.
Blast him like a fire hose in Birmingham,
Thanks, Scott.
Alabama.
Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million
Oh, I thought he was going to say
in debt
dudes.
when it came
That's a lot of
due
guys.
in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish that part you had highlighted on our screens?
Scott, let me know when you're ready. Okay.
I'm going to give
I'm not muted. I'm just not saying anything. I think I'm singing Closer by Nine Inch Nails in my head all day because it's stuck in my head all day.
Ms. Carrington, based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
What? He just admitted?
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway Mansion?
Not that I...
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the evidence.
His question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
Nick looks high.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I
Not
guess.
that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe,
Okay.
but no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that.
I
The reason
have
it's a
aged
maybe
40
is that
years. It's amazing.
your question. The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's
Did you get a song
one
out
that
of your head?
I recall
Sing Under
fits
the
that
Sea from Little
category,
Mermaid?
but it's minimal.
So at most, she's
Might be funnier to sing
as best you
Closer
can tell,
as Elmo.
invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to
Camera's
try
not
to sell
different,
it unsuccessfully.
but I heavily adjusted the lighting
And at
in the
some
room.
point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a
She's
document,
exhausted.
notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
In the months
I'm going
leading
back
up
to the-
Eric Richins' death,
Shock it, Ty.
what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She had, she owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing
Thanks,
on
Sunrise.
the Midway
I
Mansion,
appreciate that.
what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, it was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
Dang it, I was hoping for 6-7.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about, and she also had different lines of credit that were by and large all maxed out. Not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out, and she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022,
See you, Sparkles.
immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right about $8 million.
So netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
Oof.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position?
I do like this
On
time.
March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansion.
Yes.
What is your opinion?
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of
What's a but
cash
for?
and capital would have continued to collapse. It was imploding. Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets, and even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
Let's turn briefly
Let's turn
to
swiftly.
Eric Richins' estate. Did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
the insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance two life insurance policies that Eric and his business partner had on each other. So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived.
Yeah, Latter-day
and his
Saints
bank
doesn't
account
practice
statements.
But the bank
polygamy.
accounts de minimis in relation to
Small family
the-
groups or
Eric's interest
small
in C&E,
offshoots
his life insurance,
have been
and
known to
his
still
home.
practice it.
Pretty much, yes.
Let's set those aside then.
Right.
How is Eric Richins' interest in C&E, or how was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
So that life insurance policy would have
Scott,
brought
can I
her
get 7-28
out
Delta?
of financial insolvency.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
Yeah.
I did.
What material did
Blue.
you
I want to
use
get an
prepare it?
emerald shirt.
The insurance policies
Solid-
of each of these insurance
Solid or
policies.
very lightly
the,
patterned emerald shirt to go underneath it.
applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Oh my gosh! Thank you.
7-28D is admitted.
Ma'am, what again is this?
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column. Does this show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid? What, ma'am, does this column, what information, ma'am, does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage. Not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the three policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, was that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
I'm gonna have to step away and go to the bathroom in a second here, guys.
Thank you, Scott.
Good job, Scott. Actually, I'm gonna do it right now.
We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
Yes.
What was the approximate value of that home?
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
You know, if I play the song,
And it was encumbered by the $250,000
Not that it
HELOC
matters.
that Kouri
Holy
Richins
crap.
signed for.
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
We talked about the $1.3 million in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death. Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts, and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited the $1 million, and I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
No objection.
State 7-31D is admitted.
What, ma'am, does this present?
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I've traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in, or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid? And she had $543,000 in that account. So basically she spent about half of the $1 million between the 16th and the 24th. And then on September 2nd, if you go to the third one that's paid, is that $100,000 policy got paid, and that's when she received those proceeds. And what was in her account the day before was $9,691. So that meant that she had spent the $1.2 million basically before she got that last $100,000, and then that final line on September 19th, she had $802 in her account. So that's just a look at the balances, and then I have looked at every transaction in these accounts to show to try to understand how those proceeds were used.
We'll turn there next, but let me just make sure we understand this.
Okay.
So does this show that between June and September, 3 months between June and September,
Forensic
she received
accountants
$1.36
really hate
million
people
in life insurance proceeds and spent
misrepresent the
$1.36
numbers.
million in life insurance.
Like their
That's what the
autism
bank
and
account
morals
shows, and
collide.
this is drawn from the bank accounts.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 7-29D, please?
Your Honor, we're broke up again.
My apologies. Let's reset. I need you to unplug and plug back.
Turn it off and on again. Here, this has been sitting for a minute.
Salut Roberto, laisse pousser ta moustache. On a besoin de Nicolas des Flandres. Peut-être un épisode de cuisine avec des raquettes de coq et de taureau.
What was it? Toro? You want an episode of Cooking with Rackets where I cook chicken and something. I don't know what that last word was. Yeah, I'm trying to get I gotta get some things tidied up before I can do a Cooking with Rackets show.
Back in, Scott. Oh, there you are. I apologize. All right, one moment. 7-29D is visible to the witness.
Ms. Carrington, did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did
She
you
has
use to prepare
jowls
it?
too.
The bank accounts that I just spoke of, the America First Credit
Oh, it was
Union
cock
accounts,
and
and
bull.
also the UCCU account.
Your Honor, the state moves 7-29D into evidence.
I'm sorry, can we just blow up the very tippy top of it, just so I can see the label on it? Thank you, no objection.
And, 7-29D is admitted.
And then, Scott, can you split screen the 2 pages? Now, Ms. Carrington, am I right that it doesn't really read left to right, it reads top to bottom?
It's a vertical, yes.
So this page on the right is really right down here.
That's correct.
Okay. What information does this demonstrative present?
So I wanted to portray the funds that came in from Eric's death, and I've highlighted, or I put in bold the different life insurance proceeds that came in, and then the way those were spent. I have
Wow! Sorry.
taken everything over $1,000 to try and be brief. Obviously, this isn't brief, but so there are a lot of transactions for
got a
whatever
side thing
$700 or
mention in a
$43. Those are not on here. So anything over 1,000 is on.
And Scott, if you could go down to the very bottom, so the very bottom of page 2. What information does this present?
So this shows even without putting those de minimis transactions in there, there's 1.3, almost 1.4 use of the proceeds.
Cooking with ketamine.
Or that came in, and she spent the 1.2, so she spent it all. And then my footnotes here, I attempted to do the same thing that was in that other section, my footnote 2. These are the different accounts that
what's
she
up,
had,
Danielle?
and these are the account balances when the new insurance comes in.
Now let's just highlight
The really
Scott,
weird
maybe
video
the,
of Kurt
the
cooking.
far
That's
left
all of them.
column on the first page.
No, I don't think I want to spend time collaborating with
Perfect.
Kurt on anything.
So that shows where, when she gets a $1 million life insurance payment into
Dude,
the
once I
account,
got a glimpse
you then detail
into
where it goes.
What he thinks
That's
is
right. And
appropriate.
And those are all
as
the
far as
transactions below it.
That's right. And so you can see the money comes in,
Relationships go,
and there's some expenses for projects. There are expenses to pay debt,
off
figure
that
lending,
train
green grass
immediately.
holding, the One Main Financial. But I can see things that do relate to what I'm thinking are projects like Rocky Mountain Dirt, Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see on 6/4/22 those 5 transactions to the Utah State Tax Commission. And especially
What's up,
on
Vice
the right.
Baby, gifting 10
Scott,
subs.
can you see that bottom one?
Hell yeah, thank you, brother.
6/4/2022 Utah State Tax Commission, and go over, and it's $50,000, $342. Thank you, that one. That matches one of the tax liens, the state tax liens that I was talking about earlier. So that's one of them. And those other amounts could be for the other $20,000, or it could be for something else. But one way or another, those are tax payments.
Do you see that entry on 6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for $25,000?
Yes.
Are you familiar with who Robert Grossman is?
Yes, he's Robert Josh Grossman. Josh Grossman, I understand, was Kouri Richins' boyfriend during this time.
Thank you, ma'am. When you analyzed how the 1.3 million in insurance proceeds were dispersed, approximately how much of that 1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About 600,000, somewhere in there. So about half, a little less than half was used to pay debt.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's all I have for now. I suspect we're going to take a break, and the defense will have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any objection to taking a break?
No, sir.
Okay. Please rise for the jury. Let's take a break.
Take a break. Let's go away for the summer. Vice Baby gifted 5 more memberships. Oh my goodness. Coming in heavy and generous. Connor comes in, just starts dropping his member all over everybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks,
Ms.
Tom.
Carrington, walk around, use the restroom, grab some water. Please don't talk to anybody about your
Going
testimony.
straight into the
Court's in recess. Thank you.
Upgraded streaming device / work computer. Bring Connor on stream? Is that a thing he wants? Speaking of that, I'd again, not normally doing this, but with the weird issues I've been having with my computer lately, and it being, I think, 4 years old, which is the longest I've gone without buying a new computer in a while. Usually I would replace them every 2 years to 3 years at the most. 4 years has been a little bit of a stretch, although I did some upgrades, so it's not like it is the same exact machine. That being said, I probably didn't optimize parts and stuff and did a bad job. Plus, one of the most annoying things was the upgrade to Windows 11. That was just shoved down your damn throat. I think that was a mess. I didn't like that at all. But anyway, like I was saying, it's time to upgrade the PC and also to get one that can do some kind of specific stuff for me. And one of those things is portability, so that I have my work with me whenever I go somewhere. So just throwing it out there that's I'm actually really close to being able to snag it, and that's been largely your guys' generosity has been really, really helpful there, and had that huge super chat the other day, which put us well down the road to it. So that's been nice. But thank you, all of your I guess, chats and memberships and stuff like that they're being utilized they're always utilized because I have children who eat a bunch of food and need all sorts of stuff. But your extra generosity has been really appreciated. Thank you. Let's see. Am I going to cover Don Lemon's trial whenever that happens? Yeah, I mean, if Don Lemon goes to trial, we'll see. He may get some sort of dismissal on a First Amendment argument. Yeah, Connor, I'd have you on stream. I mean, I saw you're on vacation now, so not another time, but I'm not opposed at all. Let's see. Oh, hey, I think we can fast forward a little bit, catch up on time. I should say this also. After the show today, the show ends right around 6, or the court feed would end around 6 o'clock. It is Camelot's birthday today. It is Camelot's birthday. And so he is having a stream starting at 6 o'clock. I'll be joining him for a little while, and then I may go take a nap for a bit, and then come back to, I think he's going until midnight Central Time. So if you guys want to pop over, I'll probably redirect to Camelot stream. You guys can come and hang out. Should be just fun time. And then, yes, Kinda Shady brought up the next thing that I was going to say. Thanks for stepping on my toes, Kinda Shady. Joe has his Purim stream tonight. Post-Purim drunk stream is my understanding. And he's invited me onto that. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've been on Joe's show. And I've been meaning to talk to him. He's been a good friend. So I'll be out on Camelot stream some, Joe's stream some point tonight. And I'll try and make an announcement if I do need to probably take a rest or a nap. I can feel it. So yeah. Someone said, let's see. Nick, how do you manage to stream so much again without all the drugs? I like what I do. I like streaming. I enjoy it. It is and isn't work. These trials are a mixed bag. Sometimes they're a ton of work and they're a real slog. This one is shaping up that way. But other times they're high energy and a lot of fun. You know, it all just depends on the trial, I suppose. But generally speaking, I can stream it. The limits to my streaming are generally schedule based around other obligations that I have. So, any word on the Judge pedophile trial? I have not seen that. Like I said, I was wrongly informed on Twitter that it was going to be this week, but that wasn't true. They're still in pretrial motions. Guys, let me show you this thing that I saw that made me leap. Have you guys seen the story of the Louisiana mayor? We talked about it a little bit earlier. Accused of raping a 16-year-old boy, right? I don't know if this headline is just written wrong. I hope this headline is just written poorly. It says, brother of Louisiana mayor accused of raping 16-year-old pleaded guilty to also raping teen. Now that's written as he also raped the boy. But I don't know if that's what it means. I didn't check the article yet. Maybe it's a different teen. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. See, they wrote that poorly. They wrote that they need to English better. The brother of Louisiana Mayor Missy Roberts, accused of raping her son's teenage friend, is facing child sex crimes of his own. Brandon Lee Roberts, 39 years old. He doesn't, I mean, that's a rough 39. Was accused of raping a teen girl and assaulting a young woman over the course of several years. Over several years? His mugshot looks like someone who's been pursuing teenagers for too long. I wonder how his casserole game is. That's what I really want to know. The mom's story is, this is one of those stories where there is a disparity in how women and men are treated on, we'll say, teenage sexual abuse criminal acts. There's a disparity, a discrepancy, whatever you want to call it. They're treated differently. And that is largely due to the cultural understanding that teenage boys really like sexual activity. And therefore, a subsequent conclusion derived from that alleged fact that says that it's less damaging for an older female to have a sexual relationship with a close to age of consent male. They're like, well, he wanted it anyway, right? Like that's a very common assessment of how that goes. Judges have even been quoted on the stand as saying,
back on the record in 231.
You know, when I was his age, I would have wanted
May
that.
we invite the jury in, please?
And so they act like that's okay. It's not. It's not okay at all. In my opinion. In my opinion, it's not okay at all. But there are plenty of people who say like, oh, yo, that guy's probably, I saw it in the chat earlier, that guy's probably in heaven. It's like, well, yeah, he might be in heaven. He might be a legend, whatever, you know, in the school, like all those things. But at the same time, like he's unaware, and pretty much everybody's unaware of what kind of trauma, like what that trauma's effect will be on his sexual development, his psychological development.
I think it's the same. Thank you.
I used to hear this theory on the psychology of males specifically, that their sexual maturity was locked in when they have their first sexual encounter. So it's advocating effectively for at least some delay.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank
and
you.
restraint in sexual activity, because you know there's
Ms.
a difference
Carrington, you're still
between
under oath?
a 14-year-old
Ms.
and
Nestor, please
even a
proceed.
20-year-old.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Carrington.
Oh, we got raided by
Ms. Nestor.
Viva.
You and I have known each other for some time.
What
is that
is up?
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved
For me,
in this case.
throw them all in the wood chipper.
Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr.
Todd
Gabler is
Gabler.
also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have. Professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit. That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust, did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No.
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
No, I did not go to any with him.
Leveline.
No, I don't think so. No,
hey,
I didn't.
who's there?
And then at some point you stopped. Sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they got a new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting, and so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust, the estate got new lawyers, that they didn't
Psycho
adopt me
sister
as well,
eyes.
which is fine.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware of whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct, he mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work.
Yes.
And so how much
Binders
have you
worth
been
of
paid
work
by the
or
state
women?
or by the county?
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000, which is a lot.
All right. All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into
Always trying to
details
discredit
about
your
it, the
expert by saying,
nature of
"You
the
got paid
house
money
flipping
for
business.
your work. How
I
dare
think
you?"
you talked a little bit about this on direct, but the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is
Do a
you
flip.
want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
Well, you want to get a good deal on it. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough, yes.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Miss Richins' properties
Notice she's
span
she's
a lot of those. Some
immediately
of
more
them were very
defensive here.
small,
She's more energetic.
easy fixes and flips.
She
and
is
then, like the one that we were
terrified
talking about, the
of
Mill
this
Creek
cross.
project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Nestor
Sure.
needs to
But if you
keep
want to
her
make
cool
money, the goal is to
not
do as
go
little
after her.
rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Sure.
treat her
And as I would say,
immaculately,
put a little spit and polish on it, and
but
then
let her be
get it ready for sale,
anxious
right?
Fair enough.
and defensive.
Okay. And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for
She will
more than
fail
you
that.
paid for it.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right.
Fully convinced that Nestor is
And the
going to screw
nature
this
of this
up.
business
I will eat my words if
is the goal is to
doesn't.
hold that property for as short a time as you possibly can before you flip it.
Absolutely,
Hell yeah,
especially
Colin.
because of the way the financing works.
Right. And let's talk about that.
Welcome,
Okay.
Colin.
So because you know
Beautiful
the goal
number.
is
Thank
only
you
to
for
hold
sharing.
that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick
Get that
refresh,
hard money.
because I think that was 20 years ago. The hard money lenders lend money without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of juvenile about it, it's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right, and they assume the risk of that, and in exchange, they have very strict zero tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business, yes? For both sides.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right.
totally.
So
Why are you guys
riskier
talking
for
back
the
and forth
person
like
that's
this?
doing the flipping than it by far than
Do a
for the
flip.
hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends, and I think that's usually a true statement. Kouri Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew what they
when the balloon was due and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Miss Richins had 3 property, well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note, just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise on this note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans I put up where?
Sure. And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid a couple $1 million on one property, somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the property. They were totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example, the Midway House, the Legacy Way House, the second, third, and fourth position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on that.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But
Second
if
place
Kouri
is the
were to
loser
default
in
on
lien
a promissory
positions.
note, and they
So it's third and
went
fourth.
after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe $0 because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property,
That's true. She'd owe $0 and she would have made $0.
right? But she'd owe $0.
That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably. She would probably owe $0. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but.
Okay. Did you do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
No.
Okay.
I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Right. Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders, is that right?
That's right.
And prior to Kouri's, actually, let's do this. Prior to Eric's
Stop being
death,
excited. Oops. Sorry.
every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death.
Yes.
No, that's not true. There's one of her early projects, I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole.
Okay.
On that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that, and that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't know?
I don't know. No.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I
respect.
would
I
say
get no
that's
respect.
probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
All right, now I want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay?
And I appreciate that you were trying to, excuse me.
Yeah, we've had 4 weeks of testimony today.
Sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done. When you were tracking these, did you ever
phase.
go back and see how or
Hold in,
if
tightened
or
up
when
purse.
they were made whole?
Jowls
They
are
weren't made
up.
whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced And you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side? The bank that sent it, the bank that got it, it's just, they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question
Sure.
with a description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. There was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple different things. The checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself.
Okay.
She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay, so on the Navy Federal side, no. There was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well, and that's what I'm getting to. Okay. So she writes a set of checks to herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, so they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes
today,
the
6 p.m.
balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually, there are funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your
I could have it done.
wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks. Financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with differently.
Today?
So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks. So that's
10 minutes
an important
of only
distinction
that
of what.
It can be edited together, though.
With what you're explaining.
You can't have the other voice in there.
I never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't. Okay. No. Could I please explain what the negative $300,000 is? So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K. Richins Realty account 6577. That is what she tried to pay unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently.
Right.
Every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay. That's it. All right. Now, I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family accounts, and their family account, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account.
Don't do that.
The
That was
family
weird.
account, as opposed to the K. Richins
Sitting there
Realty
looking-
and Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance.
Kouri's been waiting for this all
That's
day.
where Eric's paycheck went in.
All
Let me
day.
stop you right there. Apart from Eric's paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from? Apart from Eric's paycheck.
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasional, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for
Nestor
family,
needs to
for
calm
paying
down.
mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses
I want the
were
crazy
paid.
lady
Not all
looking
credit cards were
crazy
paid from there
while
because
I'm
not all credit cards were
being
family credit
calm.
cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would
Yes?
not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paycheck goes
That
into
was
the
kinda
family
brutal.
account.
That's
What
okay.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account.
It's called his
and I
Infidelity
had
Trust.
reviewed that initially. It looked like it was
Just for trips and
squarely
bar tabs.
Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside.
You are,
She
lady.
used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his with for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money available to each other, did you?
I don't. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that
Accountant's defensive
my
because she
recollection
knows
is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something
her
like
work,
that.
her
I don't
integrity,
recall
everything's about to
it
be
bouncing
challenged.
checks, and I don't recall
Like
it going
Nestor.
into the.
Provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family.
Objection, Your Honor.
Court has had some weird, glitches. Their streams.
Based on,
Your Honor, can we approach?
of course.
What if Corey's zit is the alter ego that applied for the loans? Yeah, it's a homunculus. It's been controlling her mind. I like this theory. It's better than the current one, which is that it's
Nay,
not
Roberto, it was cock and bull. لماذا أنت مثلي الجنس جدا؟
Don't throw Arabic in there. Come on. Only Hebrew.
Your Honor. So just to be clear, we have not seen today in the multiple hours of your direct anything about that account that Eric had.
No, that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And C&E is the name of Eric's business.
Eric and Cody Wright, his business partner.
Right. And that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay. And I didn't see those accounts today. We haven't talked about how much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but that is not, that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Okay, but business owners can do something called a draw, right? What's a
That's right.
draw?
Yeah, but she can't.
Objection. Scope.
Yeah, you're going to have to help me out. Do you want to approach for a minute?
Nestor's list. When Nestor feels threatened, her throat fat comes up and acts as an ablative shield over her lower chin. So Nestor is trying to imply that Kouri definitely had access to the business assets that were held by her husband, which you could almost plausibly make that argument in some scenarios that didn't have the husband contemplating divorce and I guess reinforcing his prenup and removing all of the family's assets from their ownership and putting it into this trust that would exist that to protect everything. Like if that hadn't happened, you could almost say, yeah, maybe she could do a draw, or, she would have access to it through him. But when you look at it, he's separated out their assets and he's protected his. Her pimple doesn't actually have its own full bank account. It just has one of those starter credit cards where you deposit like $500 in, acts like a reloading gift card. You go into the bank at any time and, drop a 20 on like it's a track phone. That's, yeah. The pimple's still, it is new. It is new, so its credit history is short. Although I have seen that guy out spending a lot lately. It's a little unsettling. Quack, 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 Mr. Bloodworth. I just can't, I think of that stupid Mighty Ducks line. Darby O'Hara says they filed taxes jointly, and if she committed fraud, they can go after the marital assets. There weren't many marital assets, though, because like I said, Eric had apparently, even the house he had moved into the trust. Is Utah community property? Utah. No, it's not. See, so Eric can actually move the entirety of the house value into the trust. Because if you don't have a community property state, you don't each own half. Both of you jointly own 100% share each. But it only adds up to 100%. It just means that either of you can exercise up to 100% of the value at any time. So Eric had moved, if I'm not mistaken, even the house was being moved into the trust. The question on moving an asset like a home, is a high value home especially, into a trust is always has to do with taxing issues, right? Because you're effectively gifting that to the beneficiaries of the trust, just with a future interest. If it's an irrevocable trust. If it's a revocable trust, you run into other problems. But to truly protect assets, typically you need an irrevocable trust.
Okay.
And then it acts as a gift, but it can be a gift over time. Where you transfer
C&E
shares
accounts,
of ownership.
that's the
for
business
certain
accounts
value,
that
et cetera, et cetera,
Eric
et cetera.
and his partner put money in for their business, correct?
That's where the revenues and their expenses were paid, yes.
And the jury saw multiple examples of C&E checking accounts today during your direct, did they not?
That's right.
And
When in San
routinely,
Francisco,
the dollar amounts in those
protect your assets.
accounts were in the strong six figures, correct?
Routinely, yes.
Okay. And you don't know what arrangement Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had about whether or not he would invest in her business, whether or not he would be a silent partner, whether or not he would help her fund her business. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Okay.
She doesn't know that, but I believe it's been established elsewhere that in the prenup, it suggested
All right.
that she
I want to
would not
talk
be allowed
a
to
little
invest
bit
in the
about
business.
The Barney house,
Okay.
Chelsea Barney's house. You guys spent a couple hours on that, or about an hour and a half on that today in direct. And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Barney was going to provide $45,000, or did provide $45,000, which you traced all through Ms. Richins' accounts, to Ms. Richins to be used at a closing in the future, correct?
To be used at a closing that day.
thought they never had the closing.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought they never had the closing.
My understanding of that whole text string is that there was this closing that was going to happen imminently, and this was the $45,000 down payment that Chelsea was paying toward the house to then be in her name.
Right.
She
And
defrauded her.
The $45,000.
45 grand.
Well, strike that. Let me back it up just a little bit so it's not confusing. Kouri Richins Realty had already purchased the Chelsea Barney home prior to all this, correct?
That's right.
And you went through all the efforts she was making to try, well, let me ask it this way. When it's first
Make up your
purchased,
mind.
the idea was probably to flip it, right? Like she does all her business.
No,
She was going to keep it.
she was going to keep this one.
Okay, but she had hard money lenders the same way she did on her other flip properties originally.
Well, remember, she's got those two different kinds. You know, she's got the hard money where she's got a 6-month balloon and she doesn't have to pay anything in between. And then she's got the other ones where she has a due date, a maturity date, and she has to make those monthly payments. This was one of those. And so her original loan was due January 8th of 2022, and that's about the time that this transaction with Chelsea's going on.
Okay. And as you explained in your direct, she was trying to shop around for a long-term mortgage to get better terms of the mortgage, right?
Right, with David Ige and Excel, she was trying to refinance a few things.
Right. And while she's looking for a new mortgage package, Chelsea sends her this $45,000, right?
No, I think I could be wrong about this. She had been dealing with David Ige since August and September of 2021. It was right about this time that everything just fell apart because he needed wet signatures from Doreen and he never got those.
Okay,
And
so
everything
try
fell
to
apart.
focus on my question if you can.
Okay.
While Kouri's looking for a new mortgage lender, a new mortgage package, during the time that she's shopping for people, and you kept putting up all the ways she's trying to get new lending, that's when Chelsea provided to Kouri the $45,000.
I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's doing. What I can say in response to your question is that I'm aware that she had been dealing with David Ige on a number of properties over a number of months. I don't know who else she might have been shopping, looking for a new loan. I know that she had a deadline and she had extended that loan.
Okay, I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right? You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question. You said she's shopping to all these lenders. I don't know that. I know that she was consulting with David Ige and had applied for a loan to refinance
I don't
a
find
number
the
of
state's case
properties
falling
through
apart.
him. Okay. And there were 3 different
She was
phases
boring.
with him
This is
trying to
devastating.
get that funding. Doreen was brought in trying to get
witness
that funding,
is
and it
boring.
did not come to pass.
Exactly.
But that doesn't hurt the
So,
state.
the $45,000 was not put in a trust account at a closing firm, right? It was given just to Kouri.
That is true. And
Wait, please
Okay.
wait and let me just ask
Sorry.
my questions.
my apologies.
So the $45,000 is given to Kouri, not in trust, not to be held, was given to Kouri, correct?
That's right.
Okay. As long as Kouri Richins shows up at the closing,
Emmanuel, but they
whenever
have the
it's
financial
set,
stuff.
with $45,000, she's complied with her agreement with
Fire
Chelsea,
goddess.
correct?
Hey, thank you.
I suppose that would be true.
So if Kouri knows that she's got money coming prior to that closing that will more than cover the $45,000, and she uses the money quickly to pay some quick debt, she still hasn't violated her agreement with Chelsea if she shows up at the closing with $45,000, correct?
Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe some of that requires a legal conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, and that's for the jury to decide. If, in that scenario that you've described, that would be her kind of floating that money.
Right.
Just saying, I
Traffic
know
court would
eventually
actually
I
be
have to come up
Pretty interesting.
$45,000.
Because they'll move through
Right.
cases at
So
least.
in your scenario, okay.
Okay. And then what happened before they got to the closing? Do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, that's a
It would be fun
big
to do like
ambiguous
a
question. No, I don't.
criminal trial
I don't know what
day.
you're after.
Do you
One
know
of these,
whether Kouri was
like,
arrested
just random county
before
court.
they were able to do the closing?
They hammer out a bunch of like 30-minute and
Kouri
hour-long
was
cases.
arrested 14 months later.
Are you talking about the closing on Chelsea Barney's house?
I think what you're asking me is, so Chelsea Barney gave her the money in January of
I just think
2022.
Nestor's playing this wrong.
Mm-hmm. Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000, using that home as collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Okay.
So is that the closing you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So then I want to talk to you about the HELOC. Katie, can you please bring up 5-89D? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. And that's where you kind of kept track of the balance on the HELOC, right?
This is correct.
And
yeah.
Katie, can you blow up the dates on the across the top line? Make them bigger.
Kelly and I'll have to find a feed where it'll
That's good.
just, it's just
So
like,
this
here's the
begins
court.
in March of
day.
2019 when the first 50,000 or so
Here's
was
the docket.
drawn down
You
out
just
of the
sit.
HELOC,
That would be
correct?
fun.
60,000, yes. And can I say something about the dates before you continue?
No, I
Okay.
appreciate you waiting on my question. So from 2019 until 2020, there was a significant amount drawn down on the line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like in
Colin, that-
November or December,
You ain't right.
November of 2020, there was a nice little payment made that made it smaller.
It was in October.
October, thank
Yes.
you. Looks like November on that, but I believe you.
That looks bad for Nestor
if
getting corrected on these
Eric
little
Richins'
things.
sister testified that Eric
she
became
needs to be
aware
calm and
of the
kind.
use of this HELOC back in 2020, and it precipitated his
Making
creation of a
accountant look
trust.
Crazy.
Would it be fair
For
to
being,
say that if he knew
intimidating.
about this back in 2020, for the whole rest of that chart, Eric is still utilizing the HELOC, Eric and Kouri?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there's no more significant payments made by either Eric or Kouri all the way up until Eric's death?
There's never evidence that Eric made a payment. So,
All right.
yes.
So is it fair then to conclude that if he knew about this in 2020 and never made a payment until his death 2 years later, that he was aware of this and could have checked it at any time? His name is on the account, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
His name is on the HELOC, right?
That's correct.
So is, in all your experience and your expertise, if he calls the bank and says, hey, what's the balance on my HELOC, and it's in his name, as you said on your exhibit, they're certainly going to tell him, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
It lacks foundation.
Your Honor. Okay, let me ask it another way.
She would have no basis to
Eric's
know
name's
what
on
he
the
would or
HELOC.
wouldn't
You
do.
put that evidence in yourself, right? Yesterday.
That's correct. Yes.
Hey, Peachy, welcome back.
As an owner of a HELOC, do you have access to your own statement balance at any time you want to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about, you can take that down, thank you. I want to talk about the tax returns. And I just want to make sure I got this right.
Cross has been a completely
Because I
different
hear the word tax. and
energy.
It's not my favorite word. You're basically saying
accountant's
that she
energy level went up
over-reported
as she
her
got
income
defensive.
on her taxes. Is that fair?
No. Well, the net income.
Nestor's been kind of dumb.
What I'm saying is
Watch this woman's
the
lips purse
accounting
together.
that she gave to her tax preparer, her CPA
So
tax
clenched up.
preparer, for the expenses on her properties did not match what her own notations in her bank account.
So because of that error, she paid too much taxes, in your opinion, like a lot too much taxes.
She had a larger tax liability, and
Jay
remember,
Lou,
I
thank you
also
for gifting a
said
sub
there's that big
over on
category of
Rumble.
loans. All those payday loans are not on the CPA's financial statements. Like for 2021, for example, there's nothing.
Well, and if she'd have reported the loan, she'd have paid even less taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So she way over-reported her taxes and paid too much taxes.
Whether or not she actually paid them, that's a different story, but the tax liability was significantly larger than it would have been had she accounted for everything correctly.
And you stated through Mr. Bloodworth that it's possible she did this just to look successful to people.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And a note about the 2019 tax return, I don't know if it was ever filed.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it, and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she actually did submit to her accountant?
Yes, I've looked at every page.
And do you have any evidence as you sit here today that she ever provided proof
I hate when
of
I
that
accidentally
tax return
bite
to any of
the
her
inside of my
hard money
lip.
lenders?
I don't know what
Gotta have sunglasses
other
on.
than
Can't see me cry.
giving
Ow.
submitting it to the government and through UCCU Credit Union for that loan forgiveness. I don't know if she ever showed that to anybody else.
So it's fair to say that if she never did, it's pretty hard to argue the whole reason she way overpaid her taxes was to look successful to people if she never shared it with anyone. Fair?
No, because you're talking about just that one tax return. Greg White did not prepare that tax return. Greg White prepared other tax returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
Did you know they were family?
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about also, just very quickly, because I'm about to wrap up and I don't want to leave this behind. When we were talking about the bank statements that you put on, you don't know, you don't have any personal knowledge as to how Kouri got the C&E bank statements, do you?
I do.
You know how she got them?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
I've interviewed Kouri Wright, and he has, there was a time when, well, there are two reasons why she would have had access to those.
Okay, let me stop you. So you're speculating on how she could have gotten them, right?
No, I'm telling you what I understand from my work.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a time when Kouri Wright and Eric Richins, being the business partners, had their wives associated with the back office kind of stuff, you know, doing the books for the business and that sort of thing. And there was a time that those responsibilities were shifted only to Cody's wife and taken away from Kouri Richins.
When was that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay,
I don't.
so stop there.
Okay.
The statements you introduced today from C&E were all in 2021. Do you know whether or not Kouri had had those responsibilities taken away from her prior to 2021?
I don't remember what he said.
Okay, so if her responsibilities were taken away from her by 2021, do you have any knowledge of how she would have gotten those C&E bank statements?
My understanding is the family computer at the house was actually the C&E, a C&E laptop, I should say. And I don't know if it was the C&E, but it was a C&E.
So she could have pulled it off her husband's computer, right?
That's possible.
Or her husband could have pulled it off his computer and handed it to her.
He could have. That would have been a really curious thing for him to do.
Okay. But you don't know.
No.
All right. Now I want to talk about the profit and the taxes, the profit and loss analysis, all of these things that you were doing. Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money? Did we lose money? Is that fair?
1 second, Ms. Carrington.
Cutner calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going, really.
I'll give Ms. Nestor
Really all
some
around,
limited
just bad.
latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is that fair that the average person that's not a financial expert, if you said, did you have a good year financially, you look at your taxes and say, yeah, I made money this year?
I think first it would be, do I have money
This
in my
isn't the
bank
average
account?
person,
Can I
this is
pay for
sophisticated
groceries after I pay my car
business
payment?
owner.
Okay.
That
A
sort of
separate
thing, if you're
business
talking
owner
about just the
or partner.
average kind of concerns that a person or family would have, I will say yes, that what you're talking about does play into that. I don't know if that's the first place I would look. I'd look at my day-to-day, but I think I understand what you're saying, and I would say that that's part of it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that there was a you, that there was some forensic financial person back in 2020, 2021, 2022, reviewing Kouri's business for her and doing what you've done here today?
I doubt very much that there was much of any of that. There's no QuickBooks evidence that I can find. I don't see any. I have not seen any ledgers. The stuff that Kouri Richins submitted to her CPA was on spreadsheets, and it was very, very detailed. It just wasn't correct.
Okay. So, and you certainly concede that what you're doing here today is looking backwards in time and trying to analyze things that happened in the past with someone you've not been able to talk directly to, correct?
That is correct. I have not spoken to Kouri Richins.
So you don't see in all the hundreds and thousands of documents that you reviewed to come up with your conclusions today, you never saw any suggestion that there was someone auditing her business?
No, I think that would have been a benefit to her.
Sure would have. You never
Can't
saw
say if she heard
anybody doing a
black was
profit and
slimming
loss
and just
analysis by
enveloped her
property
entire body in it and
in
prayed.
her
Well,
company, in her business for her.
you know, her tax accountant was doing that based on the stuff that she gave to him,
Yeah, and you said he got it wrong, right?
based on the stuff that she gave to him. Sure.
And you didn't see that she was conferring, you didn't see emails with financial advisors or business advisors?
No, there's an email string between her and Matt Strong where they talk about how to reduce tax liability by retaining rental properties.
And she was getting advice from him, right? Because she didn't know that stuff. And he was helping her.
I don't know why.
You read the email.
In that specific instance, but I'm sorry, I thought your question was a little more general. No, I think she was so busy running her business, acquiring properties, trying to fix them up, acquiring funding, capital, wherever she could grab it, that the tracking of finances was completely just not on the priority list.
And you don't have any personal knowledge as to how involved Eric was with her, if she talked with him about it every night, if she talked with him about it every morning.
He's been
You don't
quiet
know.
on the
No, I do
subject
not.
recently.
And did you even know that the day he died, he was out working on one of her properties, spreading gravel? Did you even know
I do know that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not
Well, he was probably
she got
intricately
advice
tied
from
to
other
all of her
people
business
besides
if
her
he was spreading
husband,
gravel.
Matt Strong. You don't know.
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled. The jury can hear both pieces of what Ms. Carrington just said.
And speaking of Matt
Wait,
Strong, there was one thing I
he just
did
allowed
want to bring
her to
up.
misstate
Katie, just for
testimony?
the witness only, Your Honor, could we please pull up Exhibit 1066? Did you review this when you were looking at all of your documents?
Yes, I did.
And you relied upon this in
Pursed
terms
lips.
of making conclusions about potential rehab of the Midway Mansion?
Actually, looks,
I did, absolutely.
I actually think she
Okay,
looks
Your Honor,
better
I move to
on
admit
alert.
Exhibit 1066.
I can't, Katie, can you zoom in? I can't see what it is. Okay, from that to Kouri. Will you, so the bottom half is from Kouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeking to admit the entire thing or just the top half?
Yes, sir, the entire thing.
What are we waiting on? Is Nestor just getting her next question ready? She eating a whole turkey in the meanwhile? Yeah, Miss Sparkles, I'm tired. That's okay though. I'm a big boy. We'll get over it.
No objection, hearsay.
Wait, what?
Can we approach?
Sure.
What did he just object to? Where'd that come from? Is he objecting to what's being put up on display? Maybe that's what it was. Forever Not Me, the past 40 minutes has been more important than the rest of the day. Not more important, but more eventful than the rest of the day, because we finally have something dramatic. We have the good defense attorney, Nestor, old Nestor, going up against Brooke Carrington, the meticulous forensic accountant. If you're going up against an investigator whose job it is to know everything and pick apart everything, to trace everything and to put together a picture based on data, one real option to effectively cross-examine them. And it's to show the jury that this person missed something that they shouldn't have missed. I don't see Nestor doing that here. She hasn't even really made a good attempt at it. She's argued with the witness over what some people might do. That's not good. That's not a good strategy here. You need to show. You didn't get this, did you? You just couldn't get the data. Maybe that's why you didn't get it. Or maybe you could have gotten the data if you had tried a different thing or whatever. You need to discredit their meticulous thoroughness. Because what else are you going to do? Otherwise, it's presumed that all the data that they collected that you can't discredit is right. Well, all data can be right and your conclusion can be wrong if you're missing other critical data.
The state's hearsay objection regarding
Kouri's
Kouri's side of this conversation is sustained.
Without revealing what is in this email or commenting on what was
How
said
did
in
they
the
get an
email.
objection on
Once
Kouri's
you read
side?
this, plus the email that we put up on the screen that showed
Party
Ms. Richins did not have the $3
statements
million available to rehab.
Have to be
Is it your
adverse
understanding,
party
as you were
statements
doing your
to be
analysis, that
exceptions
there
to
was
hearsay.
never an intent to do a significant rehab on the Midway property?
I understand
Tell you why
that's
in a
kind of
minute.
where she landed.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I'm very close.
No problem.
Kelly, I don't think she secured a PPP loan or loans fraudulently. It seemed like she had ample income to get the maximum loan amount, even if there were some discrepancies in with her inflated, for example, with her inflated tax base.
I do want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up, and that's this concept of valuation.
Okay.
You made a statement that a house is valued at whatever someone's willing to pay it for it, right?
Kelly,
That's
sometimes
not just my definition. That's the IRS, and that's
Okay.
Business Valuation 101.
Certainly, if I had 2 houses and I decided I wanted to give you one for a great deal because I think you're great, and I said, you know what, Miss Carrington, I'm going to sell you my house for $5. Doesn't mean that my house is valued at $5. It means that's what the value you put on my house or that I put on my house, right?
That's the value that you put on your house, I suppose. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And the county, every year, we get a little letter from the county telling us what they think our house is valued at, and that's what they tax us at, right?
That is the assessed value. That
Right.
is not what they actually
What's
think
the
it's
fraud?
worth, but that's the assessed value.
And it's kind of a rule of thumb. The
Overstates
county
her
actually does us a
taxable
break
income.
and usually values it way below what it actually is. what
Increasing
you
her
can sell
tax
it for.
burden.
Yeah,
Giving
they
her access to higher
at least in
amounts of
Salt Lake
credit.
County, which is the county where I'm most familiar, they do it every 4 years, and they draw it from comps, comparable properties.
Right. And so you're certainly not suggesting to this jury that the Midway Mansion was only worth $2.9 million just because that was the purchase price, right?
I think every indicator is that it wasn't worth a whole lot more than that.
Do you know what it
If
actually
that.
ended up selling for?
I do.
How much did it actually end up selling for?
Good question.
It was about $3.4 million. Matt Strong sold the note. It's a complicated transaction, but Matt Strong foreclosed on it.
And wait, stop right there. He foreclosed on it after Kouri was arrested, correct?
It was in the works already. I think the actual notice of default was filed shortly after. But
After Kouri was arrested.
Right, like 4 days after, but it had been coming for many months. I mean, we have to look at the totality of the
Lucky.
circumstance. She had defaulted on this many months before, and there were indicators that
3.4 million
this
is
was coming.
so much
one way or
less.
another.
If Kouri had been
what
able
she
to
was
stay till the very
claiming
bitter
it was
end
going
when
to
the
do.
sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million.
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this,
Not the note. What did they
2.9
sell
to
the house?
But this is part
3.4
of the
isn't
transaction.
1.5.
he sold the note to the current
It's
owners.
0.5.
So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt
Lawyer
from Kouri
math.
Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that
Repeating the
property
same
for $3.4
two-word
million
half phrase
about 2
4
years
times
after
and
Kouri bought
chuckling.
it for 2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it so she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half,
Better. 18 months later, they made
somewhere like that.
about $500,000 in profit. Flipping.
No, because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
$3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand. Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for $3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it, and they sold it for 3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically sold for more.
Probably less.
If it's okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay. Now, you're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay, let me rephrase it. You're here to look backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate that? And
We're
what
here-
time frame are you looking?
Backwards, the past.
From
You're here-
today?
From today, backwards from today.
What was
You
she
were here to
thinking? She was
evaluate
thinking,
in the past
I can't
what
get
Kouri Richins'
the money
financial
I want.
situation
No
was.
projections
this
for the
marriage.
future.
Correct.
Okay.
How do I
yes.
leverage my opportunities
But
within the marriage
certainly, and you're here to do
to
that,
get something to
to
become
come
my
up with
own
your
independent
conclusion
self?
that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
I do.
Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Speculation.
Sustained.
She can't know
Okay.
that every financial distress doesn't end in murder. She can't know that. That's speculative.
If in fact
You know, today I look
Ms.
like
Richins
I'm
was in financial
successfully
distress,
been selling them
that does
for
not,
a while.
you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for
not
the
her
jury
job.
to decide. I am not making any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
You don't even know.
Well, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked, answered. Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd,
Oh,
Eric
she's making it
Richins
up.
voluntarily ingested
Ms. Nestor.
fentanyl?
Asked and answered.
That question that I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
Whoa, Judge, that's speculative. Maybe she meant something else.
And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed, did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of her investors, to anybody, saying, I know how I'm going to fix this problem, I'm going to kill my husband, and then I'll have plenty of money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Carrington, you can answer the question.
there's an email between her and Mount Strong
Oh,
where
no.
she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, that's, so does
What?
that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked. I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated
Nestor is-
anything? And
Fumbling.
you know, I don't talk like that.
Looks like a football player.
So, apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married,
with the
have you
hands of Ricky
ever
Berwick.
seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off? Have you ever seen that?
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off. No.
Thank you.
She got ruined there at the end. You moron. You lost your cool. I told you to stay cool. You got to be calm. A cucumber. Unused. Still
Thank
refrigerated.
you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, in analyzing Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty's finance, did you see any evidence that Eric Richins or C&E was investing in her business?
Not really. There's the Franson Lane house in Oakley, where I can see some checks that were paid and they indicate a draw. So they're from C&E. They get deposited into Kouri Richins' bank account. And then when she sells that project in March of 2021, that's that big spike in my graph, you know, that orange line that's bumping along
Look
the
at
bottom and it
this
spikes up.
graph.
As soon as she sells that Franson Lane, the Oakley house, she pays C&E $217,000. That's about what they had paid in. And the memos on the checks say, you know, draw number 1, draw number 2, and they indicate that house. And I have talked to Cody Wright about that, and he said I mean, he's explained to me what the arrangement was for that particular house. It was related to the fact that Eric had just learned about the HELOC, and he was afraid of losing his house. And so that's why C&E was involved with that particular project. Absent that, I don't see any indicator that C&E or Eric was
I'm holding out for
an
a HELOC to
investor
the end
or
of
a
the
participant
night.
in any of the transactions. He's not on any of the bank accounts. He's not on any of the real estate documents or loans or anything like that.
That'd be
Does
a
the
fun
accounting suggest that
parody song to make on
C&E
Suno.
money
Holding out for a HELOC.
put into the Franson Lane project was a bailout?
I don't understand what you mean. A
Was that
bailout
money
of-
needed to see the project through to completion?
It spanned the rest of the project, if that's what you mean. And it was significant, you know. And then they were paid $217,000, which was about. So Kouri Richins Realty and Kouri Richins got $406,000 from that, and then Kouri got $60,000 in commissions from that project. And then once that hit the bank account, other expenses, let me say that, were paid for that project, and then the 217. So whether or not that was a bailout, I don't know if that's how they would term it, but it's my understanding it was not expected as she went. Eric Richins and C&E did not expect to be participating in that project at the outset. It was somewhere in the middle.
Other than that Franson Lane
Send me a
project,
picture of yourself,
any
libertarian
other
expert.
C&E or Eric Richins' involvement in Kouri
Apogee
Richins' or
Burn.
business activities?
Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
Turning back to the Midway
5.
Mansion.
Beautiful. Handsome.
She closed March 5th,
Sexy member.
2022. The value was $2.9 million, but she took out $3.2 million in loans. You said at some point through various trust sales, trust auctions, the house sold for $3.4 million.
That's right.
And before that, it was foreclosed on. Do you know when it was foreclosed on?
It was foreclosed in May of 2023.
So between purchase March 5th, 2022, and foreclosure on May of 2023, did the $3.2 million in debt on the house stay static?
No.
Did it grow?
It did. The clauses in the lending agreements, for example, the loan, the $2.6 million that the Sierra West and Mount Strong loaned to her, that loan agreement says you've got 6 months to repay this $2.6 million plus 15% interest. So it's due on September 4th of 2022. That's 6 months. And then the loan agreement also says if that does not happen, then there's a 2% default fee. And then that's about $50,000 tacked onto it. And then every month after that, it's another 2% that is tacked onto it. And it's still accruing interest. So, and it's capitalized, which makes a big difference. It's not just something else
look at
that's
the
out there.
last
It makes
account
the
to get a
loan
gifted sub
principal
from
larger.
Apogee.
So that also increases the interest. And upon default, it goes from 15%, which is already expensive,
It's
to
the half Windsor.
28%. So the whole thing just kind of blows up.
So at the point Matt Strong and Sierra West foreclosed on Kouri Richins, how much did she owe on the Midway Mansion?
Hey, would
Let
you
me-
blow
let me
me?
think back.
440. Got gifted a sub.
I think it's about $3.8 million
For
at
membership.
that time that she owed, that she owed on that note. And then it grew after that, continued to grow after that.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor, within the scope of redirect, please.
Okay, you just testified that you were not aware of Eric being involved in any of the properties other than the Fransom Lane. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, Katie, can you please bring up 5-93D2 just for the witness?
Promising intro. She's gonna have nothing though. Like, that's my faith in her not actually having something here is so high.
Okay. So, actually, this has been admitted, Your Honor. Can we show it to the jury?
Of course.
So here you have Eric and C&E Masonry as a funding option for Kouri Richins. Is that correct on your own exhibit?
That's correct. So that's the 2020 to 2021 time period.
Right.
So she bought that Franson Lane project, and she was working on it in October of 2020. She ended up selling it in March of 2021. And so that's why during this time period, that's what I mean. It's the one project. I'm aware of a real estate schedule that she submitted to many of her lenders, and she includes projects that were Fox Lake Investments that are Eric and Cody's, his business partners, and she included them as her own, but they were not her own.
Okay, so I'll get to Fox Lake in a minute.
Okay.
But
Stop.
are you aware that
Stop.
Eric was a lender on the Mill Creek property that he lent $40,000?
I did not see a trust deed or anything, so no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I want to talk about this
Did that
Fox
happen?
Lake business that you just mentioned.
Okay.
This is a
Or did you
business
just-
that basically
was that
was
in
a flip
evidence?
business as well, right?
I think that was the anticipation, yes.
So Eric started his own flip business with his business partner. Is that right?
And they had a third partner as well.
And who was that?
It's like BlackRock and I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it's an LLC. It's a third party, not related to anybody we've talked about. So it's just completely separate and distinct.
Okay. And do you know whether Fox Lake would have been a separate entity from CNE?
I mean, like, were they a DBA or were they separate?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? I have looked at that. I believe that they are separate, but
So
Not sure.
did you evaluate
It's
Fox
impossible.
Lake and the value of it?
You're wrong.
the value of the company.
Mm-hmm.
I've looked at their bank account statements and I've traced their projects, and they had nothing to do with Kouri Richins.
Okay, but just bear with me.
Thank you,
What was
Trisha
the value
Allen.
that you came up with on Fox Lake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please give me just a little bit of leeway here.
A little bit.
Go ahead. What was the value of Fox Lake?
Okay, let me ask you to clarify your question. Are you talking about valuing their business?
Just how much assets did they appear to have in your analysis of them?
I know that they had a few projects, and I'm going from just their bank account statements, and my 14 schedules that you have, the fours, those are every account I've looked at, and you can see that I have looked at them. The Fox Lake Investments, I know that they had
Me either. I
a
hate
few
them.
projects. I really don't know much about them because they had nothing to do with the family, Eric and Kouri Richins. They had nothing to do with her.
So if there's a prenup that prohibits Kouri from recovering any assets from C&E, it wouldn't apply to Fox Lake because Fox
They
Lake's
do
a
not.
separate entity,
I look
correct?
old and tired as fuck
Objection, Your
right now.
Honor.
What are you talking about?
Foundation.
Sustained.
Is Fox Lake a separate entity from C&E?
I honestly can't remember. I know that they have a separate registration, but whether they are a DBA, a doing business as, and so they're under the CNE, or whether they're separate, I just don't remember.
Okay. And
Yeah, Pansmaestro. I hate this
at
witness
some
too.
point, was Kouri Richins listed
And Nestor
on the
could have
Fox Lake
pulled
paperwork?
this
I don't
off.
believe so.
Okay.
With
Did you check
politeness.
that?
I did.
That's all she had to do.
And you also mentioned that you traced you did strike that.
I need to say also, she's not a signer on the Fox Lake
Yes, I'll be
account.
leasing ad
On
space
the-
on
on
whatever
the
forehead
account.
I have
Right.
that
She's
is
not.
expanding.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And did you, just to make sure on the accountings that we're talking about, did you ever account for cash?
I'm sorry, which
Cash on
accountants?
hand, like cash that the Richins actually had?
I believe that the original inventory, but this is not in the confines of this case. Let me answer it this way. I understand that there was a safe in the garage, and I understand that there may have
There was
been a
an
lot of cash
unsafe
there. That's
in the
out
Moscow
outside of the
Mule Cup.
scope of
Dad joke.
looking at the financial
About
statements and things.
So if someone testifies to how much cash was in that safe, that is not accounted for anywhere in here in your asset evaluation?
No.
Okay. And you also,
I know there was like $10,000 or something in a backpack, or something that was part of the
In a
search warrant.
backpack. That's amazing.
And that's,
and that cash isn't in here either.
no.
And also,
I don't know anything
How much
about
money
where it
for the
came from,
suit and
whose
tie
it
for
was.
this one?
So no.
okay. And
know.
also, did
I
you
don't have any
account for
interest in selling
Kouri
it.
Richins' life insurance policies and their cash value anywhere in your asset evaluation?
What would you offer for it? It's not for sale,
No,
but
because
what
she's
would you
alive.
offer?
Okay, but you understand that some life insurance policies you can draw down out of, right?
I understand what you're talking about, but I think
So can you answer my question? Anywhere in your evaluation,
No.
did you include life insurance value that Kouri Richins holds on herself?
no.
All right. Did you also check on Eric Richins' life insurance policies if they were if they were like whole life, where you can draw down out of them?
They're not whole life.
Okay, they're all term.
Yes.
And the dates of those policies,
Oh,
with one
she just got
exception, are
term.
predated 2020 when he purchased those policies.
Well, they purchased the policies in 2017, I think.
Oh, you're asking how much it
Except
cost.
that last one.
The $100,000 one.
Right. That
Okay.
she got right before he died.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the
That's
tie
all
was
I
a
have.
gift.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shirt was $6 or so. Jacket was $9. And the
Ms.
pants I'm
Nestor,
wearing were, I
may
think,
we
11
release this
bucks.
witness?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carrington, you are free to go. You're released from the subpoena.
Thank you very much.
I'm wearing like $50 shoes.
Your Honor, can we
just
approach
some
on
slip-ons.
scheduling?
Of course.
Sharon P., Kurt's cousin, who must weigh 350 pounds, sat 2 bar stools from me. He still invaded my space. Kurt's cousin was somewhere? Where was that? He just dismissed the witness? Yeah, just don't call another witness. Just call it early. Nick is such a trust fund baby with his fancy suits. I did mention it. I said I think they were $11. The fancy was it was a joke. It was sarcasm. Calm down. Calm down. Don't worry. People didn't disagree with you. You missed the only good part of the day, and no, I'm not joking. It's been the past hour. Don't tell you what to do. Why? You try and tell everybody else what to do.
Appreciate your patience today. We're going to recess for the day.
Yeah!
As noted, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. I appreciate your patience with my calendar. Same mornings. These require diligence, so please be thoughtful. You have to affirmatively avoid any information regarding the case. So please affirmatively avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about the case. Please don't speak about it. Don't let anyone else speak to you about it. And please don't do any research of any kind. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please rise for the jury.
How to thrift shop? Yeah. I mean, there's a separate element that actually is, something.
Yes. Thank you for the reminder.
I don't know if you can teach it because it's not really like
And you're
an
okay with
education.
end of each week.
But it's
Okay.
about attitude.
Folks, have a seat, please. One administrative issue. This applies only to the state at the moment.
No
but
way. I don't want to
will
sound
apply to
more
the defense
massive.
to the extent
Gotta
that
keep the
you
boys away.
put on a defense case
Gotta
in
ruin my
chief.
tweet persona. Leave me alone.
If you would please, at the end of this week, Mr. Bloodworth, have your team provide to Brittany a physical copy of the exhibits you've admitted
Maybe a
so
members
far,
only thing.
and then just do that at the end of each week through your case in chief.
Yes, sir. Easy.
Okay. And then once the defense is in their case in chief, if you would plan to do the same. That way we're not leaving it until the end. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today?
Exactly, Ross.
Anything else on the record today?
Find something just
Okay.
insane.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience. The court's in recess.
Yeah.
Of course.
What?
We're off the record.
Oh,
Okay, so they're done. They're not even going to have, there's no oral arguments or any legal issues that they need or no housekeeping stuff. Yeah, Boosh. Yes. That was rough. That was a long, protracted day of very, very dry, boring testimony. Oh. Correct, KLB. There's no court Friday, which is awesome. Really happy about that one. Hollow Bong says, congrats, Alyssa, on beating cancer. Another Nick L. How is that a Nick L? I didn't give her cancer. Actually, hold on. That might not be true. I might have done it. The real L are the people who donated. Woo. Loud as Hell Music was whatever the next video is, which I have no idea. A Nancy Guthrie case on Court TV. That was their very dramatic intro. It was the autoplay. You gave her throat cancer. Nah. That would be disgusting. Upon the subject of the thrift store video, which I think is actually would be a fun thing to do a little bit. It's intriguing anyway. To do it the way I do, you have to also be willing to dress like an idiot and enjoy it. It takes a little bit of a mind shift, you know, because people do look at you strange when you show up at McDonald's in a full suit. They do. But the crazy thing is, so I've met people and encountered people, friends, fans, or whatever. And I remember, I did a live event in Vegas. And one of my longtime viewers of the show, who over the years has become a friend and stuff, he landed in Vegas and he's like, "Hey, like, what's up?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm out shopping with Lady Rackets." And he's like, "Man, can you help me pick out like a good outfit or something? Because I don't really have anything." I said, "Sure, I know how to do that." And so like I was like, here is where I am. Come on down. So he came out to the store and set him up with one of the store workers. I think they were all Italian women. And I said, "Just listen to the pretty Italian woman tell you what you look best in. Not tell you what you look good in. Don't do that, because they'll tell you look good in anything because they want to sell you clothes. Figure out the thing that they say you look best in, because odds are you'll probably look good in that." And he gets to it, and it was a Vegas store, and it was a designer store, so it was a little pricey. His outfit was I think it came really close to $1,000 if it wasn't. It was going to be like $500, but then they're like, "You should buy this jacket. It sells the whole outfit." And he's like, "Should I buy this jacket?" I said, "Yeah, you should buy the jacket." And at the time, for him, this was not like the biggest expense. He could afford it. I've heard so many stories from him about wearing that outfit and meeting more people and getting more engagement from the people he's wanting engagement from than anything else pretty much that he's done in his life. And it's crazy how much a contemplated outfit that's put together, it's intentional, and it doesn't look cheap. The doors that can open for you don't make sense. They don't make sense at all. That investment is 100% worth it. Now, not everybody can do that on a whole wardrobe. The crazy thing, though, is, and this is where I'm going with this, with the thrift store thing. If you have a pretty reliable thrift store source, you actually can replicate that with a whole wardrobe. You can get a whole wardrobe for the cost of that suit and look really good in it. Just takes a couple trips through the store at the right time. So here we go. A libertarian expert says, "Believe people you're giving money. The saleswoman has your best interest in mind." I didn't say that. "The stripper really likes you. Trust me, bro." I didn't say that. "Your dealer's going to give you a good deal, bro." It's really funny about people like libertarian expert is you can tell their personality based on the fact that they assume that it's impossible for those people to actually like you. I wonder why that is. Sorry, the strippers always lie to you, brother. That's unfortunate. But tell everybody else like how their experience is. I'm sure you're normative. I'm sure you exhibit completely normative traits. What self-respecting man would ever interact with a stripper? Why did you speak authoritatively about how those interactions go? You either don't, you're not a self-respecting man by your own definition, or you just lied. One of those two. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, through with you for the day. Adios. With that, guys, Camelot show is in 40 minutes. I'm going to redirect over there, and I'll be on. Maybe go take like a 20-minute nap. Can maybe go take like a 20-minute nap, and we'll take a wonderful nap, just like the Ayatollahs. Where's the window for this redirect? And if I see you guys over there, that would be wonderful and enjoyable. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm really considering doing the thing someone brought up, which is not starting at 9:30, but actually just starting at around 11 a.m. For trial days. Going back to the beginning, starting at 11 a.m., catching up on the breaks. So it's not such a long thing. I thought about doing that today, and I was like, but I want to go hang out with the chat. So I decided to hang out with the chat at 9:30 today. I was there at like 9:23 or whatever. I had it set for 9:15, but I had something come up on the way home from dropping the kids off. Anyway, who cares? I am strongly considering that. So I'll try and make it very clear in any announcements. But if it is a late start, like 11 o'clock Central, for example, then if it is that late start, I'll announce that. But we will be starting from the beginning of the day. But it'll give people a little bit of a buffer. But yeah, skip the breaks. If we need to even add in 1.5 speed or something during a slow part, we can. I think really skipping the breaks will, I mean, it's an hour and a half. When we started at noon, we finished like 35 minutes past the 6 o'clock. So if we start at 11, that should give us time to just still have leisurely time. Court starts at 10:30 tomorrow. Oh man, we don't even need to worry about it tomorrow then. So it gives me another day to think about it. But I am considering that. I never thought about that at all. And then when someone mentioned that like Emily Baker starts like several hours later and stuff, which makes sense. I was like, it never even occurred to me to just start later, because I figured people would, I figured people are champing at the bit. Like they want to start and they want to follow the thing as it happens, because that's how my brain pictures it. But most of the people who were talking about it were like, no, just go ahead and do it. Just do it that way. So hold on, I'm just setting up the redirect. I got to find it. Camelot. Camelittle? Yeah, on the big trials, like Charlie Kirk and stuff like that, no way. That you need the whole time. You need the whole time. But for this case, All right, guys. Here we go. Neurodivergent, if you can set up the Camelot raid over on Rumble, I'd appreciate that. Hold on, I think my window needs to be refreshed. Things just aren't working. Here's Camelot's stream on YouTube. In the chat, if you want to manually go over there. He puts the man in manually or something. There it is. God, finally. Save. All right, guys. See you hopefully on Camelot show in a little bit. Otherwise, see you soon. Have a good day. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag about more of that bright spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the love of